7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we welcome you to participate in said show by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Doug, you want nothing but phone calls today, like Francesa on WFAN.
Well, the phone lines are definitely poison.
I disagree.
But it's kind of fun at the same time, so for sure.
Call in.
Call in, big man.
Nice. All right.
What's the earliest anyone's ever called in?
Oh, people are oftentimes on hold waiting for us, kind of like Jake Reynolds posts messages before we even go on the air in the YouTube.
Okay, let's do it. Let's break a record, like a goal that's in the first 10 seconds.
All right. Who wants to break a record? And then Doug will Venmo you $200.
I would guess our record is probably no more than 6 or 7
Minutes?
No, people calling in the same day.
No,
Well,
we did
I
10.
was saying the
we did 10 one day.
quickest.
We had a mission to do 10 callers, and we took 10 calls.
Did we?
Yeah.
Very old school radio, Doug.
Okay.
You like that?
I don't mind
Callers.
Caller, what else do you have on your mind?
Jake Reynolds was waiting for us, Doug, in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. And can I get just a vote? Doug and I were discussing this before the program. For those of you who are watching, is this hat blue or is this hat black? Is this hat blue?
Or is this hat black?
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, to me it looks black.
Martin.
I'm the wrong person to ask. My wife swears I'm colorblind.
I think I might be too. That's why I'm axing.
I feel like it's black, but it might be a really dark blue.
You know, the problem is the patch is kind of navy blue.
Yeah.
That
The
is
hat looks black.
the official TMA patch. Jackson, black or blue?
Black, but I am also partially colorblind.
No, for heaven's sake.
Wrong group to ask.
Chairman Kurt.
From over here, it looks like a light black.
Light black.
How can it be? How can that be light black?
Okay.
Wouldn't that be dark gray?
Jake Reynolds says, looks black
One
to
would
me.
say.
Tiny Peepee says black. Joey Vitale's orange Scully says blue.
Yeah, I think if you contrast it against the negative space of the patch, it looks more black than blue.
Doug.
The negative
Doug, white balance.
space. Well, we can't on black. You got a white balance on white.
So it's black. That's your answer.
Doug, the
Can't white
Norris
balance.
division was the black and blue.
It sure was. Chuck Norris division.
Jackson, name the 5 teams in the Norris division in the 1980s.
Detroit,
Nice.
Yes.
Chicago,
Nice.
Yeah.
your St. Louis Blues,
Nice.
That's right.
You bought time with that.
Toronto.
Yes. There's no way. 10-1 if anybody wants it.
Has New Orleans ever had a team?
There it is.
Oh, my.
No.
I feel like I should have gotten paid more for that guess.
You were rolling, man.
Is it a now defunct
How did you
team?
go New Orleans?
Until the New Orleans.
I don't know. Maybe
all,
Puck was
They're
big
not
down
defunct.
No, Puck's not big there.
there. Not defunct.
They've relocated. Dallas Stars.
Think about
Minnesota
think of the
North.
region you were in.
New Orleans would fit.
What?
Louisiana Purchase.
Yeah, think about the Louisiana
it goes
Purchase.
back to
That's what I thought the Norris division was based out of.
I think that's why Jefferson
division.
bought the land, is because there was so much good hockey being
black
played
and
down
blue
there.
division.
Why was it named after a guy?
Because he was the president when they bought it.
Okay, fair enough. Seems odd.
Next question.
New Orleans North Stars, Martin. Tough bunch.
I was really
Bob
impressed.
Gainey.
Maybe we can get a team. Well, I've certainly been asked this before and then for sure forgot the answer.
Absolutely.
But I don't know, New Orleans, they could be into it.
Okay.
Sometimes like weird cities like that, not weird because it's a weird city, but weird for the sport, had teams. I don't know.
What do you mean, like, weird?
Teams you wouldn't think, like cities you wouldn't think once had a football or basketball or baseball.
Give me an
St.
example.
Louis.
Fort Wayne once had an NBA team.
Right.
Atlanta hockey twice.
Syracuse had an NBA team, I think.
Did they?
Going way back, I think.
Maybe. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
Sherman Douglas, Billy Owens, Derek Coleman.
St.
those
Louis used to have a
teams.
bunch of teams.
Name 7.
Well, we've lost the NBA, and 2
Storm.
NFL, and a baseball.
Steamers, Rams, football Cardinals,
Nice.
Browns, Hawks. Am I at 7? Feels like it.
But Jackson was in the conversation.
Vipers.
He turned away.
So, okay, yeah, here it is.
Had
But this
enough
is
of it.
so, but like for the people out there, like, where's the drops? Where's the drops?
No.
Where's the drops? See, I can't be 2 places at once.
You
I
know
only
what?
have one mouth.
So you went. Clip that off. So you went from the conversation where you told us about the New Orleans franchise and the Norris division, and then you just turned over to the monitor. What were you doing at the monitor? That's all.
I was going to pull up a litany of drops. To maybe pepper into the conversation. I felt like in that situation, I had lit the fuse with that New Orleans hockey take. And then once you light the fuse, you don't just hang around for the explosion.
No,
Get the
you
hell
don't.
out of there.
You're a bit like a teacher. You instruct the class, then you turn to the chalkboard.
Oh.
And while you turn away, we're jacking around. But you're ready to instruct.
Well, I rule with an iron fist.
One of the issues is we sit in a semicircle, and then Jackson is right in the middle of it. And so Martin, Tim, and I, we're always looking right at Jackson. So we feel like we should be talking to Jackson.
It is true. You're sort of the center of attention.
That's a nice
Never really
observation,
thought
Doug.
The world revolves around my axis.
Does the
Kind of.
program BK and Ferrari revolve around T Diddy?
Should.
And what about Marsh, who you're attracted to but don't find attractive?
I think with that head of hair, it's hard for a show not to revolve around.
Oh, for heaven's
My
sake.
God,
Seriously.
that's an HR meeting.
Tim, do you feel like you should sit there so you'd be the center of attention?
Why?
Your dad's pushing for it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. Martin, you want to?
I was trying to think of what you're. I was trying to decide if I should go Notre Dame-ish, that he's still in the tank, or if we're moving
He
forward.
was really at peace with the Notre Dame thing.
Okay.
I was kind of surprised by it. I was emotionally leveraged on the Notre Dame thing for my parents, and then they were kind of at peace with it. And then my mom just didn't want him to get blown off the field. And I go, you either win or lose. Who gives a damn? She goes, well, the last time they were here, they got blown off the field against Alabama. Who cares? Whatever. You either win or lose. Now we're at her kicking field goals down 16.
She subscribes to the Kurt Signetti. Make it look good.
Yeah, exactly.
Make it look good.
Yeah.
So you really let your mother have it?
You better believe I did.
Yeah.
Either win or lose the game.
She had it
I
coming.
Herm Edwardser. That's what I did. You play to win the games.
And she
Maybe
said, "Oh,
just
Timmy,
do
don't
drops
quote
and not
Herm
talk
Edwards."
like producers should. That's from Snagglepuss.
He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Jackson was ready with that one. Oh, Chairman Curtis fielded all these
Here we
calls
go.
that Doug wants here.
707.
The YouTube chat active as the day is long. 100 are already in there, and the thing just got underway. God bless. YouTube.com/TMA STL Air Alliance team, sponsor of the studio cameras. Jake Reynolds with this. And Martin, I don't know if you've gotten a sense for this as you start to learn the personalities associated with the show, and now you have new personalities associated with the show. As we expand the audience here on 101 ESPN, he writes, "Morning, boys. Hope all is well. Tim, I really enjoyed your podcast yesterday. Mind was blown.
Oh.
That guy next to Buck T. Swope has been a great part of TMA for years. Thanks, boys, for all you do." How about that?
Who's the guy he's talking about?
Wasn't there a big reveal?
There was a big reveal yesterday. Perhaps, I would think that most would agree who are on Instagram. I'll yield to Jackson. Anytime we want to get the youngs, we've got our 26-year-old correspondent here. I would have to think one of the most popular Instagram accounts in St. Louis is St. Louis Starter Packs.
Way up there.
Okay.
Way up there.
And creatively, I don't know too many that would be better.
Top tier, in my opinion.
How about that?
Top tier.
But he had been anonymous, quote unquote, for the 4 years since he started the account, and he decided to say who he was, do an interview, and he did it on my podcast. You can listen to the interview, the Tim McKernan Show podcast. However, his name's Brett Knowles,
Brett Knowles.
for the record.
Okay.
And there are clips, I guess, up on our Instagram pages. Tim McKernan, you posted those, so you can see him, and you can see him talking about one of the things that he's caught the most hell for in St. Louis, which is momtrepreneurs, which I call momtrepreneurs. But he, unfortunately, caught hell from some of the momtrepreneurs by calling them multi-level marketing. And there was some backlash because oftentimes people associate that term with nurse,
Mary Kay
pyramid
Cosmetics.
scheme.
Oh.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms. Right.
Okay. Well, there's nothing illegal about it, but you can get caught up, and this is an easy way to make millions, and then you're hassling all your friends to join so they can work under you, and then you want them to get their friends to join so they work under them and then under you. And
Before I took my job with TMA, I almost was roped into something like that.
What were you going to be selling, brah?
Oh, that was unimportant. It was just
No, it's very important.
Jamie Rivers and I have speculated you're still a drug mule.
No.
Kind of looks like Rabbit today from
B-Rabbit?
8 Mile.
B-Rabbit?
Was that 2002 or 2003?
I don't know
Doesn't
the
he have
years,
kind of
Tim.
a
I think
rabbit,
so, too.
Doug, like 8 Mile?
I don't know the years.
My knees are weak. Either way. What was I talking about? Oh, I'm not a drug mule. I've never swallowed a balloon. And I would say that I almost got roped into something like that where I applied, and then 21 minutes later, they called me to come down for an interview. And I thought that was a little sketchy.
That's usually how Fortune 500s work.
What were you going to be selling?
It's like one of those things where you sell in like a department store, try to get people to like switch their internet.
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone wants to switch their internet when they're going to shop for mixed nuts.
Like you're at Costco or Sam's and try to lure people as they walk by.
Precisely.
I had a news director who called a meeting. This is in Rhinelander, Wisconsin, and he was like 40, and we're all like 22. And he called a meeting, and the whole staff had to go. And he brings in a guy who starts talking about, don't you all want to make more money? Don't you have some free time? And he starts talking, and we're about 10 minutes in, and I said, is this Amway? And he said, that's not important right now. And he keeps going. After about 20 minutes, I said, is this Amway? And he said, well, why does it matter? And I said, well, you're trying to get us to sign up. I go, it feels like you should put that out there right away. And I got up and left.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Did it turn out to be Amway?
Yes.
It was.
But I said, if it is, just tell me. It's okay.
Never got official word, but pretty confident that it was indeed
Yes.
Amway, which I guess is what Jackson was going to be a part of in some capacity at the department store, getting me to switch my internet service.
They sell a lot of soap.
I would have been dressed, dress shirt tucked in, but like rolled up sleeves, clipboard, and just, hounding people as they're moving those big old shopping carts.
Hey, fella, you got a minute? No, I don't.
So had I've not seen your email and then passed it along, Martin, I don't know if you knew this, John Hadley was running KFNS.
What we'll do is do the morning show, show some knives on the side. I'll get a little piece.
My interview.
I'll get a little piece of the action, okay? Hey, Jackie, you go down the mall after show some of this. You sell a few things. Just bring the cash. It's all legal.
Had I not seen your email and thought, I think this guy might be the guy, and then passed it along again to the management of the station, Jackson would be at the Dillard's at Crestwood Mall today, Doug, selling.
God, and the mall's not even there anymore.
5 years later, I'd still be doing that? Oh, God, please, no.
And you went to college.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it had been like a couple of months of me living in my parents' house, and I was kind of getting the sense that it was time to get out. And my dad was like, these overnight fulfillment places at Amazon or FedEx, they're not terrible. It wouldn't be the worst. He's like,
Burkett.
he was like, it wouldn't suck, but you got to do something. I was like, oh God, I got to find a job
Sometimes
now, or I'm going to be working the graveyard.
Sometimes a first job like that is kind of good for you to light a fire under you to make sure that you're never going to be doing this again. So you call all your connections, you work doubly hard to get the job you really want. And sometimes it does help. It lights a fire under you.
That's just that fatherly wisdom that you can only obtain by just, being a man of the people.
That's not what you want to do, but you know that you got to find something else, and you got to really work hard to get it.
Luckily, had the conversation with Mr. Hadley, and here I am.
Oh, you're part of his tree.
I am.
Like the Bill Walsh
Well, more
coaching
like
tree?
a Linehan tree.
Who's a part of the Scott Linehan tree?
Greg Olson, maybe?
Really?
You have to really do a deep dive there.
Greg Olson, the broadcaster?
No, offensive coordinator for the Raiders, maybe. Buccaneers, maybe. He was on that staff, I would say.
A lot of people who are now selling internet at Dillard's at Crestwood Plaza.
The mall's not there.
Linehan was on Nick Saban's staff at the Miami Dolphins.
How about that?
Part of the tree.
Part of the tree. Hey, if you want to podcast this program, we recommend Podcasting Like the Dickens. That's PLTD, and Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast. It's SCHAEFER door.com. A lot of garage door springs break when it is this cold. And when that happens and the garage door goes crashing down and you go, what was that? Well, just know it was the garage door spring breaking. That happens. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door company. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. SchaeferDoor.com. The other breaking news from the podcast yesterday, which again is up Tim McKernan show with the owner-operator of St. Louis Starter Packs, Doug. He is the same guy who called into this program as Bruce, Tucker, JR, RJ. I felt like there might have been another name. Chairman Kurt and I were talking about this yesterday afternoon here at Hubbard Radio, St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Missouri.
Did you mention Richard?
Richard.
Oh. So this is Tucker.
Tucker. That's correct.
Was he
So
Bruce
this guy's
in
a brilliant
Shoes?
mind.
Should have figured that.
Bruce in Shoes dates back to the Morning Grind, and I was wondering if there was a similarity because I sensed they had similar proclivities, but I believe this Bruce was different than that Bruce of 2004, 2005. Just a different gentleman. This one represented himself as a party planner who lived in Manhattan, sent his 2 children to private school. He was married to his husband, Jacob, and they had kids. Was it Prescott and
Beaumont.
Yeah, that's right.
There's not a whole lot of queens that listen to Mike Francesa.
Right. And he was a party planner in the Hamptons, except he was just a guy like working at Enterprise in St. Louis.
Kind of bored at lunchtime.
Again.
It's hard to get a breaking ball by this show.
Well, the filtering
It's
process.
easy. You just say you're anybody and we'll believe it.
Alec Ogletree.
Alec Ogletree, former Rams
We get
linebacker, got there.
hoodwinked all the
Ryan
time.
Terrio. So you wanted to wear Doug's underpants or
And
something.
who was the woman that was the doctor that had you guys fooled for
I
years?
mean, you guys, weren't you on the show?
No, I kept saying it's not real. It's not real.
What, like the show? Like this was a nightmare for you? And you thought you were like,
she said she was some WashU doctor or
oh,
something.
we talked about her on the podcast, Becky
Yeah.
Wiesberger.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it turns out she was a
Turns
stalker
out
of
she
mine.
wasn't. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be darned.
Yep.
But Doug, Bruce in Shoes would just call in and he would simply say, "This is Bruce in Shoes." And there was nothing more to the bit.
Does that mean like he was wearing
Like a
shoes?
department store.
Okay.
He's in the,
Oh, in the shoe department.
like you would hear on the loudspeaker, Bruce in Shoes, we need you.
Like it'd be weird if I was Jackson in shirt just because I was wearing a T-shirt. But that makes more sense. That makes
He
more
was in
sense.
the department store and he was in the shoe
We
department.
could have been coworkers.
This is Bruce in Shoes. And he really, it was hilarious, Doug, but that's all he would say.
And where did the conversation go after that?
We just giggled.
Right. Same thing we're doing now. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved. Chairman Kurt is fielding the calls in the Callyer and Thompson.
Somebody
phone lines.
called, but we didn't talk to him.
Yeah, I think it might have been Pestis from Festus. Is that right? He might be there when we come back. Also, this is a delight. Well, first off, Jackson's mad because Missouri lost.
Yeah.
And it just says in the dossier, I am despondent. No other notes, just
Really?
I am despondent.
Just that's all it took.
But St. Louis Mayor Tashara Jones announces a compromise on the Rams money. So we got that for you coming up as well. Jamie Rivers is on the program. Chuckles Marlow. Has he gone to bed yet? We will find out at 9:30. That's coming up along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope and the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom are tied with 3 wins apiece as we head down the stretch in the month of January. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Boys Club. Doug, welcome to Ween Wednesday.
That's what it is. It doesn't seem like Wednesday since we had Monday off.
That's right. Well, short week.
So we'll deal with it, yeah. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA STL. And come on in. The water is warm. Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt taking your calls at 314-974-0101. And watch the program. Air Alliance team sponsor of the studio cameras, youtube.com/TMA STL. And Doug, I read from the St. Louis Business Journal.
Okay.
St. Louis Mayor Tashar Jones and business group Greater St. Louis, Inc. on Tuesday unveiled the compromise on how to spend funds from the settlement of the 2017 Rams litigation. And, of course, it is now 2018. The two sides for months had been pursuing their own plans for how to spend the roughly $277 million. Greater St. Louis, for example, wanted an emphasis on infrastructure spending for the city's struggling downtown and certain neighborhoods in North and Southeast St. Louis. The mayor unveiled a plan to create 6 funds for water and street infrastructure, subsidized child care, worker training, housing, and neighborhood development. But once the bills went to a committee at the Board of Aldermen, they began to change in a way that suggests a compromise between the leaders of both strategies. And on Tuesday, Mayor Jones said that a new bill would incorporate a $74 million fund focused on downtown, including $30 million for what they termed mobility infrastructure and $11 million for acquisition of the vacant Railway Exchange building, plus another $40 million fund focused on North City for infrastructure, redevelopment of vacant property, preserving housing, and supporting small businesses. Other elements of the compromise plan included $40 million for water infrastructure, $40 million for citywide infrastructure, and funds solely to benefit city workers, $30 million for a pilot program supporting city workers through cost sharing of child care, $10 million for a pilot program supporting children of city workers with financial assistance for post-secondary education, and $10 million for support new and exiting workforce training and education opportunities. The compromise is expected to be introduced this morning per the mayor's office. That is from the St. Louis Business Journal.
It's a lot to digest.
It is. A lot of numbers there. I'm all for money going for infrastructure. I think it should go into areas that benefit everyone in the community. I don't really understand why the taxpayers need to be paying for someone else's child care. You had the kids. Take care of your kids. It's not on anyone else. I don't get that. Or why city workers would have child care expenses paid for and secondary expenses for people who work in the city. That doesn't seem fair.
What was the compromise? I'm trying to think. We had Greater St. Louis. We had Dave Peacock on. So theirs was a little more area specific, maybe like north side versus just city services. I'm not entirely sure.
The goal of Greater St. Louis was to have more money invested in downtown. And so Jason Hall of Greater St. Louis left a couple of months ago to go to Columbus, Ohio, Doug, which is actually growing at a rapid rate. And so they have an interim chief by the name of Dustin Allison who said in a statement that, quote, this new framework makes long overdue investments in disinvested neighborhoods in North and Southeast St. Louis to help strengthen and stabilize those communities and attract new residents, and it invests in the revitalization of downtown, the front door and economic engine of St. Louis. This agreement is a major step forward toward getting St. Louis growing again.
Well, I think it's a nice sentence.
Sure.
Nice sentence.
Is downtown really the economic engine of St. Louis?
Well, kind of with the Cardinals and some of the businesses that have been down there that have since left. That's what you need. You need to do something to attract business, to enhance the tax base, to bring workers down there who will support local businesses down there. You need businesses down there.
Right.
You need to do whatever it takes to attract that. Instead, they're leaving in droves.
Well, I hope this helps. It does feel like it's taken a long time just to say, you get a pile, you get a pile, you go do this, you go do this. It doesn't feel terribly specific in terms of a project, but it also represents to me that it's just hard for us to get stuff done.
Yeah, I would have liked many millions to go to an enhanced police force to make it feel safe down there, because if people don't think it's safe, they're not going to go down there. They're just not. but especially the older folks. If they perceive downtown St. Louis is not safe, they're not going. And that's what's happening right now. You go downtown, there's nobody there.
But don't you think the increase in businesses would also help with safety? Like, if you have
would.
more stuff going on down there, there's more people. You just have a bunch of police there. They're just policing a bunch of nothing.
I'm of the opinion that the real impetus for growth comes from residential. And the time, and I lived on Washington Avenue from 2009 to 2012, and it wasn't necessarily business that led to what was about a 2-block oasis for a short period of time. It was residents. And then because there was demand, then you had supply. Businesses are not just going to open up if there is nobody there to support them. That would fall under the guise of bad business. So the key, I have always been of the opinion on downtown St. Louis, going back to what I turned out to be wrong about, is that if you redid or built a new stadium in downtown St. Louis, it would have the same kind of impact that, for example, not limited to, Coors Field had on downtown Denver, which was a crap hole itself years and years and years ago. And now Denver, of course, is surging. And it didn't necessarily work out that way, that residents would follow. I'm sure some are thinking, well, there's that apartment building, but I'm talking about, tens of thousands of people, usually young professionals, moving to a downtown region. And that is not what we have in St. Louis.
Why would you move downtown? What's down there? Is there a bustling nightlife? Are there a lot of jobs down there? There's no reason to do that.
Never been to the old spaghetti factory?
I have. I mean, there's a couple of nice buildings. The one in Ballpark Village, beautiful building. If you're very much into the Cardinals, I can understand that. But beyond that, beyond those 2 or 3 buildings right there, why would you move down there? There's no stores. There's no restaurants. There's no nightlife. There's just crime. Why would you do that?
Well, there's a lot of buildings going up around the like the SLU area. You see a lot of apartments outside of the downtown corridor.
Not really downtown.
But there does, no, I'm saying, but there does seem to be interest, and I'm assuming those are younger people wanting to live in apartments sort of in Midtown, whether it's near kind of where that IKEA is. If you drive up and down 40, you see a lot of development, larger apartment complexes, but they are outside the downtown corridor. So there's younger people, I think, even some that are really into soccer, want to live near City Park. I mean, that may be a small amount of people. But you're right, the actual downtown, like when you were there, Tim, it was Wash Ave, just bustling with activity.
Absolutely. And I had inside STL, our offices were at 19th and Locust, so our business offices were there as well. And then we lived there, and we would walk, did not even think about it, whether it be to restaurants, my wife and I, at 7, 8 o'clock, and then we would certainly be out drinking until, as late as we could, and not think anything of it. And I took my wife and 2 children down to City Museum last year, which was about a block to the northwest of where we lived. We lived where Flannery's was in Grace Lofts, and then later in Park Pacific. And it was, even though it was barely a decade later, it was unrecognizable from what we had experienced when we lived there.
Yeah. I just think it's got to be safety first. If it's not seen as a safe place, residents aren't going to go there. Businesses aren't going to go there. The thriving restaurants, bars, they're not going to want anything to do with it. You've got to make it a safe place first.
But don't you think that's a chicken and egg situation?
No, I don't. If it's not safe, people aren't going. That's why they've moved out of St. Louis for decades by the hundreds of thousands.
But don't you think it's like business and residential exodus is a big reason why crime has increased? And if you were to put residents and business there, that
no, I think it's the other way around.
Okay.
I think crime increased, so the businesses left.
All right.
If it's not safe for your employees, you don't want to be there. I can tell you, Channel 4 had bullet holes through the windows. They had multiple people robbed right outside the building. They're out. If it's not safe, the businesses won't stay there.
Well, I think one of the reasons Channel 5 is moving out, they're not leaving the city. They're actually going to a new location near Forest Park. But they said one of the reasons, I talked to one of their photographers and said there have been a lot of bullet holes in the news vehicles parked right there outside this station. I mean, it may be motivated too by a reduction in size, maybe cheaper rent. I don't know. But
And their employees had to park at like Stadium West and then walk many times early morning or late nights. They had to walk a couple blocks to the station, and they didn't think it was safe. If it's not safe, people are gone. There's too many nice places to live in the St. Louis area where you don't have to deal with that.
would you prefer? Go ahead. Sorry.
And if that's going on in your area, we've seen right before our eyes what happens. They leave. The restaurants leave. Everybody leaves.
Would you have preferred the NFL money go to something specific where you could point to it and say, we redid this whole building here, or this is now a
Second trolley?
youth center, second trolley? Something you could physically point to, because it feels like now it's just kind of out there in the ether, like, hey, we got some money.
Warson Woods Wacko says, regarding the NFL money, until you fix the infrastructure, you're throwing good money at bad ideas. There would be a better return on buying $750 million in lottery tickets. It's the worst. What about that?
Wow.
Did you like that?
Yeah, not a bad idea.
So now we're going to, because some of the wealthiest people play the lottery, and so if you can take $750 million and have one of those Powerballs where, recently it got over $1 billion, welcome to ROI season around here.
Hello.
Can you imagine the photo op, the mayor walking into the neighborhood Quick Trip, and all the local cameras are she's waving at the cameras. Hello, yes, I'd like 750. Well, actually, give me 2 of those cherry bomb scratch offs, and I'll take 5 of the sour apples.
That's right.
Give me 1 of the lucky ladies, and you ever get behind that person?
Oh, it's brutal.
What if they didn't win? What if they put all 750 and didn't win anything?
I think we go a step further and have put all of the money on the first half over of a Bucks and Pistons regular season game.
Oh, he just NBA groomed us, didn't
you
he,
have a
Doug?
better chance to win that.
Yeah, I'd say.
I work at U.S. Bank, and my team is being relocated to downtown. People are livid and scared, and it has to do with their perception that it isn't going to be safe for them. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson.
That's the number one problem, is it's seen as not safe. That's the number one issue facing our downtown, in my opinion.
But do you think just adding more police is going to inherently make it like structurally safer? Like, yes, it'll stop crimes that are like right, but like structurally, like, is it a Band-Aid or is that a real solution?
I think it's a real solution.
Okay.
I think police visibility is a big thing. If you're going to a game, an event, if you see police outside the perimeter, I would say. I even thought that the Cardinals, for a while, when it was really getting dicey around Ballpark Village, just pay more police, hire them yourselves. It's worth whatever thousands of dollars per game to just have them kind of extend the perimeter. So when you walk to your car, and now you get a block away, you get 2 blocks away, you shouldn't panic if you're parked 3 or 4 blocks from the stadium.
Yep. But we're going to pay for child care.
Well, we solved it. Lottery tickets.
Who paid for my child care? What public taxpayers had to pay for my child care?
Just give them a gift card. There's a little bit off there. It's not a full gift card. Some of it was used. But.
No.
Well, at one point, your kids went to public school, right?
And I paid taxes for that, too.
Right. That's part of like the deal. Like, you pay taxes and you go to school.
No, I'm talking
School
child
is
care.
different.
We're talking about taking care of babies.
I thought we were talking about
you
school.
had the babies, you take care of them. If you can't take care of your babies, don't have them.
Well, that gets
Why
into
should
a deeper
taxpayers?
conversation.
Why should taxpayers have
What's
to pay
that,
for?
Jackson?
Well, I said that gets into like a deeper, like that's like a much like deeper conversation.
Well, how is it difficult to understand? You had the babies,
I
you
don't
take
have
care of
difficulty
them.
understanding. I just think that's too cut and dry. But I don't want to get into it.
Well, we're into it. That's what the whole thing is.
Clip that off.
Have some responsibility, some self-responsibility. You had the kids, you take care of them. Can't demand that other people take care of your kids. They're yours.
Tim, how many million? I don't know if you have it in front of you, but how many million was daycare? I feel like
up the article.
not
here.
to stoke Doug any further, but I feel like daycare was mentioned twice in the.
That's been a big part of it.
$74 million focused on downtown, including $30 million for what they termed mobility infrastructure, $11 million for acquisition of the vacant Railway Exchange building, another $40 million fund focused on North City for infrastructure redevelopment of vacant property, preserving housing and supporting small businesses. And other elements of the compromise included $40 million a year for water infrastructure, $40 million for citywide infrastructure, and funds solely to benefit city workers, $30 million for a pilot program supporting city workers through cost sharing of child care. $10 million for a pilot program supporting children of city workers with financial assistance for post-secondary education.
So that would be college money for city workers? Maybe?
Yeah, why are they deserving of that? What other city workers get their kids child care and post-secondary education paid for?
My dad gets me jobs.
How is that fair? How is in any way is that fair that city workers should have free child care on the taxpayer dime?
People used to pay us to babysit Timmy. They just wanted to be around him. Your dad made money instead of paying the child
It was like
care.
brokering out time on AM. Totally agree. Doug saw a bumper sticker the other day that said, if you can't feed them, don't breed them. Amen. That's from Sharon, and she's now in Sanibel.
Whoa.
Jackson, you're shaking your head.
Why is that a difficult concept?
Two sides of the same mouth.
Two sides
of the same mouth. Yeah. Well, then explain to me why it's fair that someone else should have to pay for your kid's care.
I don't necessarily think that. I just think it's a wider conversation about things that have gone on over the past couple of years.
Like what?
A certain overturning of a precedent that happened a couple of summers ago. And so you say that on one side,
Like
and then
what?
say
You're
take
talking
care
in
of your own
code
kid.
now. You're talking in
The
code.
overturning of Roe v. Wade is what I'm talking about. You overturn that, but then you say you got to pay for your own stuff. Like, what are we doing here? You got to help people.
What? You're saying that the government costs you to have children?
No, I'm not saying the government. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just don't really want to get into it. It's probably just not best. But I'm just saying you can't, you say on one side, we're overturning Roe v. Wade and then, getting rid of some methods of contraception, but then out of the same side of the mouth saying, take care of your own kids. You had them, but we're taking away.
Absolutely. It's personal responsibility. No one's telling you have to have kids.
For sure. But there's situations where that isn't necessarily someone's choice.
Yes, it is. It's always your choice. It's always your choice to have kids.
All right.
Whose other choice would it be? It's not the government's.
It is not. It is not the government's choice.
No matter what laws are passed or broken down, it doesn't mean that you have to go out and get pregnant.
For sure. Agreed.
If you can't afford the kids, wait until you can.
In practice and theory, I agree. I just don't think it's always that simple. I think it can be a little bit more nuanced.
How many businesses do provide daycare and or money for it? I bet some do. There may be some larger companies. Maybe the city would argue, and I don't know, maybe they would argue to attract better employees, they need to provide childcare. I don't know. I would love to have Tashar Jones on the show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would like to talk about all of these issues. Unfortunately, Wendy Weiss and Charlie Brennan will be in next segment.
They are coming in?
Yeah. They've called in. They would like
Donnybrook. I'm a
would
Donnybrook
like-
lemming.
They would
Boy,
like
when
to-
my wife
I like
walks
that.
in and she sees me watching Donnybrook,
Turns
it
around.
It is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Ooh, you're watching Channel 9 again. Bad boy. Yep. Doug Munganess is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Yeah, it's just really nice to have a car guy. And once you go to Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, you're going to say, well, I know where I'm going now. I know where I'm going every time, whether I'm looking for a new or used car or having my car worked on there. They really specialize in that, in maintenance of your car. And they have a special number for our listeners that gives you direct access to some of the muckety-mucks that can make sure that you get grade A service. And here's that number now, 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. Maybe you'll talk with Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganesk or Ryan Seiberg. They're in the service department. They want to make sure that you get the absolute best treatment that you possibly can. Oh, and they have a great little waiting room with some fabulous snacks while you wait. They feature new and used cars selection on their website. You can browse there. You can go in, stop by the Acura dealer there in Baldwin on Manchester, a little west of 270, or go up to Alton and check out all the great Toyotas and the used cars they have up there at Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. The websites, again, are stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
The Warson Woods Wacko is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Warson Woods Wacko, welcome to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Hello, Warson.
Billikens play tonight.
LaSalle, right, Martin?
I'm wearing my gear.
Yeah, I noticed that.
That's great, Martin. That's not why I called.
I was trying to steer us in a certain direction. Blues play Vegas on Thursday night. Go ahead.
Martin, did you know that you worked in Flagstaff, didn't you?
That is correct.
I went to undergrad there.
You and Andy, you and Andy Strickland, NAU.
Strict nasty.
Yeah, that's a great college town.
You ever go to that Granny's or Fiddlesticks?
Oh, hell yeah. Fiddlesticks,
There you
dollar
go.
beers on Thursday night.
So this is
Granny's
why I called.
and
See, Tim,
Pennsylvania.
that's why I called. Love the flag.
No, I called because I think we have all failed Jackson in so many ways. His view on just how the world works, and Jackson, I promise it'll get better. The more money you make, the more you'll realize and start thinking like Doug. He's right. Doug is right. You know, Roe v. Wade has nothing to do with the deterioration of downtown or why we need daycare. That's a state issue. So do you think it was a federal issue? And I'm sorry, Tim, if I'm getting too political, just tell me.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, that was a big moment, but yes, it is still in the States.
Sure, of course it was. Of course it was. Of course it was a big moment. But all it was a moment where it went back to the States, period. Okay? Until you create an environment that is safe and people feel comfortable, downtown is never going to come back. So we're just throwing spit and glue at stuff, you know, with this money. If you're going to create daycare for, you know, city workers, which is a whole nother argument, because you're carving out a whole layer of society who does contribute to that, but they don't get any benefit under that plan, you know. So we create a daycare, but where are those people that are dropping their kids off going? Are they going to a job? That's the theory. But if there aren't any jobs, now we have free daycare. So now you can go out and act like an idiot, and someone takes care of your kid on our dime.
I think it was a daycare, Tim, for city employees, I believe. I don't think it was just daycare across the board.
That's correct.
I believe it was for city employees.
Okay, then I stand corrected. But part of my opinion on that, I believe, still is true. Why should that benefit a certain group of citizens? Right? Can we agree on that?
Well, that was my question. Are they doing it so it further entices people to work for the city? Does it get you better employees? That I'm not sure.
Right. I mean, I laud the attempts of them. I mean, you got to do something with it. I mean, it's only been 5 years. So, and we're still making negative return on the interest of that money? Or have we even accounted for it? Because the last article I read, they didn't know where half of it was.
I believe it is in an interest-bearing account now.
Okay. Yeah. You know,
Can I ask a quick question? And I'm not trying to steer you away from a serious topic, but I'm new here. Why are you the Warson Woods wacko?
So the story behind that is, I think I heard a comment on the show, and I was responding quickly with a text. And I live in Warson Woods, and so it just sort of came out. There's no rhyme or reason why it happened. It just did.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Sometimes the street's like the name for the cat, Martin. John Layton owned the building where we were in KFNS, and my dad would call him Johnny the Cat Layton, and I just took Jimmy the Cat Hayes. It's that simple. It's a terrible story, but it is the true story. Warson Woods Wacko, thank you so much for calling in. There's Warson Woods Wacko on the County and Townsend phone line.
Didn't the cat take flight when Joe Buck did it during a game?
Did. And I think it had something to do with the time Ryan Seacrest was saying Seacrest out on American Idol.
Joe may have done that on a game because we requested it. And then Jim Hayes does a report. Joe, back up to you. He goes, all right. The cat.
You can get involved in the program. Chairman Kurt fielding calls, text inbox 314-399-9646. YouTube chat active, youtube.com/TMA STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Blues off tonight. Back in action tomorrow night taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the morning after, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMA STL. Doug, we've got a situation with Nesson. You familiar with Nesson?
New England Sports Network, is that
right.
it?
Yeah. If the Red Sox want to sign Alex Bregman, now might be the time to pounce. Bregman entered the offseason as one of the better position players in free agency, but doesn't seem to have a very robust market. And now, per the Detroit Free Press, a story we read yesterday, the Tigers are not anywhere close to signing Bregman. And so the thought process is with the Blue Jays going and getting Anthony Santander from the Orioles,
yeah.
That they are now out on Bregman. Tigers can't get anything done with Bregman, and so it is trending toward the Red Sox and Bregman doing business, which then would bring you to the question of where does Nolan Arenado wind up in the whole scheme of things? Does he wind up in Jupiter, Florida in 3 weeks?
I'm beginning to think that's going to be the case. I think it might be. Whether he stays here all year, that's a different topic. But 3 weeks, I think it's becoming more likely that happens.
What if you could talk him into? All right, you come here. We've done our best. We tried. You vetoed it. We'll try and move you by the deadline. Start off, play well. Somebody's going to want you. Can you talk him into that? Can I sell you on that?
Yeah, that could be a scenario that plays out.
Now, the sporting news, I have to, this is an aside. Do you mind a brief aside, Doug?
If it's brief, because I am so busy and pressed for time.
I don't know who's really writing for the sporting news or Sports Illustrated, because oftentimes they're the ones with these stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yet they're both kind of gone. It's a little confusing.
So the sporting news and Jackson Roberts has this story.
That sounds made up. If I was going to be a DJ, Doug, Jackson Roberts here, top of the hour.
The Dodgers have shaken MLB to its core with a flurry of offseason activity, and they still might not be done yet. The biggest name still to be traded before opening day could be Nolan Arenado. The Dodgers would have to move Max Muncy to second base to facilitate an Arenado trade, and then float Hee-Sung Kim into a full-time utility role after they just signed him. But the thought process would be you could bring in Arenado and then trade the Cardinals' Tony Gonsolin, who hasn't pitched since 2023, and Chris Taylor, because they don't really need him anymore. Taylor's due $13 million this year with a $12 million club option for 26. Gonsolin hasn't pitched since the summer of 23. He's making $5.4 million in his second to last year of team control. This is from Jackson Roberts on the Sporting News.
But Gonsolin was good when he was pitching, wasn't he? Yeah, I would take that deal.
Dodgers picked up a closer on Monday, and then they picked up another closer on Tuesday.
They have all the
I would like
closers.
to apologize to the Sporting News and to Jackson Roberts. He's a former Division III All-Region designated hitter.
How about that?
Who now writes and talks sports for a living. He's a Bay Area native, graduate of Swarthmore College and the Newhouse School at Syracuse University.
Oh, be darned.
Jackson makes his home.
Television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
Jackson makes his home in North Jersey. He grew up rooting for the Red Sox, Patriots, and Warriors. He recently added the Devils to his sports fandom mosaic. So he's writing for the Sporting News, but if you'd like to know who he roots for, I have that for you. Do you think it could still be a bot, Tim? That's a lot of detail.
I just know Sports Illustrated caught hell for the AI thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if Sporting News got into that same
Frank have John Rawlings on later today. He could ask. Bob Hilly.
Can they just DFA Arenado? What would happen if they did? Well, they would still owe him the money.
Yeah.
He's getting paid one way or another.
If they could trade him somehow to L.A. and come away with those two pitchers, you'd do that all day long.
Hey, Tim, are you still taking bets on Arenado being on the roster as of opening day? That's from Big Tuft. Yes, I am. So let me know. I'll take it up to $250 if anybody wants it. But we got to have it. Got to use a real name. We got to use a real name and a Venmo, and then maybe we use like League Safe to hold the money.
That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So the money is held.
I think it's a good play.
And I think that we can turn that into a high yield savings account, just like the Rams money
lottery
that was
tickets.
sitting in a checking account.
I don't mind the lottery ticket idea.
Yeah, the lottery ticket.
Maybe use some of the Rams money to offset Arenado so that he can also leave downtown. He wants out of downtown.
Cut him a check.
Yes.
This franchise used to go to the NLCS nearly every other year just 20 years ago. Now we've fallen so far off a cliff that we can't even trade away players who openly hate it here. What a team. What a ride. That's from little Tommy Tribbins.
Really? And we offer Arenado daycare, Doug. You think that would get him to stay?
Yeah, he's probably going to want it like everybody else.
It's unhealthy how bad I want Arenado to sit down at the picnic table. That's from Al in Dadeville.
We have not heard from Arenado this whole offseason.
And John Mozeliak said on over the weekend that he hadn't talked to him since before the holiday.
Well, I would love to hear his honest take on what's going on.
Jamie Rivers is going to join us. Is that 8 o'clock?
Yes,
That's
sir.
correct. Ladies and gentlemen, Brown & Crouppen, sponsor of the program online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. That is Ed Herman. That is Terry Crouppen. That is Andy Crouppen. On our presenting sponsor here on TMA. Brown & Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. And if you're in a spot where you need the services of Brown & Crouppen, wouldn't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Brown & Crouppen is a part of our community. They value it. They're proud of it. Involved in many charities and community events. You're going to get great service and great results with a strong voice and an advocate for you, the client. Go to brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. It's Brown & Crouppen. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jamie Rivers joining us next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he is the best at it. He gives out his personal cell phone number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. The mortgage industry continues to fluctuate, and there's no doubt that it's going to be interesting to see what it comes down to when it comes to rates. If you are looking at buying or selling home, or if you're looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer experience. That's why he gives out his cell number, his personal number, 314-324-4440. Simply call his cell phone. I know you'll have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. He'll be able to fill you in on the Bagel Loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Stewie's all about the customer and making sure you're taken care of. Your home is the biggest investment you make in your life. Take the time and talk to Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen Fisher Window and Door, store sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour. And Jamie Rivers joins us right now to talk it over for the Daily Blues segment here on 101 ESPN in the 8 o'clock hour. Jamie, good morning. Doug, Jamie, good morning.
Oh, he's not there.
Doug, Jamie, good morning. Doug,
Hello,
Jamie, good
caller.
morning. Hello, caller.
Jamie?
Martin, can
Bruce?
you play the role of Jamie Rivers, please?
Hey, guys. How we
We're
doing?
doing good. How about that win against Vegas? Yeah.
I'll call him back. I'm sorry, fellas.
Okay.
Jeez, 8:05. You guys are calling me. We're not playing till tomorrow.
That's what he's going to say. We're not playing till tomorrow.
That's what I would say. If I were Jamie Rivers, I'd say, what are you calling me for? They don't play till tomorrow. Although Jake Neighbors post-game on Monday, I noticed he said, yeah, it's going to be a big one on Wednesday. I was thinking the players never know, and I'm not making fun of them. They don't even know like what day of the week it is. You just can't. When you get on planes and hotels, it all sort of feels the same.
Going to bed at 2 in the morning and getting up at 10 probably.
Bob Seger turned the page. Silver Bullet Band? Silver Bullet Band?
I
Here
don't know.
I am.
Nice.
On the road
Talica? Doug
again.
Talica?
Okay.
What were the two shirts that Beavis
I
and Butthead
don't
wore?
know. I don't know. I didn't watch.
Hello, Jamie.
AC/DC and
Hey,
Metallica.
guys.
Oh,
Oh, there he is.
Hey.
Okay. There he is.
Jackson, what happened?
I don't know. I honestly don't. I hit all the levers that I usually hit, and usually it
Is
works.
it like technology and stuff?
Technology and stuff, and hamstrung me. So I apologize not only to you three gentlemen, not only to Jamie, but the audience in general.
Oh, my gosh. How about
Okay.
that?
All right.
You know, I was pleasantly surprised when you guys were close to being on time. I'm like, man, those crayon eaters are getting better. But then all of a sudden, Jackson hangs up on me.
Yeah. Well, I didn't like your attitude, to be honest with you.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
How'd that feel?
Someone's using the telephone to his advantage today.
Jamie, the Blues got a great win on Monday, and it could have been a disastrous loss. And got some good news last night as well as the Buffalo Sabres beat the Canucks. We are kind of in scoreboard watching mode for that last spot in the Western Conference wild card race. What is your analysis of where this thing stands and how the Blues fit into the picture?
It's a wild ride right now. I'm not going to lie. You know, you get a couple of big games last week against the Calgary Flames that are deemed to be must wins, which they kind of were. And you go and win those two games, and unfortunately, you hand one back in Utah, which stinks. And then you go to Vegas and do your work there. Although it was no Picasso in Vegas, it doesn't matter. You got the 2 points, and now you have an opportunity to continue to gain on the teams ahead of you by playing Vegas again here tomorrow night. So, look, man, I don't know what to think of the Western Conference right now, even the Eastern Conference. If you go look at the wild card race over there, it's crazy too. And I think it's great for the sport of hockey. I think it's great for the NHL that you have so many teams that are still able to be considered to be in the playoff race. And look, I think the Blues are taking strides in the right direction. I'd be a fool not to say that. Now, since Jim Montgomery's taken over, this team has their stats in almost every single category have gotten dramatically better. So they are a better team than they were. It's just a matter of, you know, is there enough runway left in the season to eke your way into the playoffs? And they got to put together some kind of a run here. Like, winning 2 games in a row is great, but winning 5 is much better. And, you know, I just think that this team's at a spot where they need a run in them. And I don't think they need a 10-game run. I don't think they need 5-game runs all the time. But right now, the way it's so jumbled up, like if they could rattle off 4 or 5 just right now in this moment, I think that changes a lot of things, especially before the 4 nations break and whatnot.
Those 4 or 5 would be against some of the best teams in the league, and Vegas again, and Dallas, Vancouver, Colorado. That'd be a pretty impressive stretch.
Yeah, it would be, but, you know, everybody loves to talk about how, well, the Blues play well against the good teams and they don't play well against the bad teams. Well, then what the hell? Give me all the good teams at this point, you know? And you're just going to have to do your business. It doesn't matter who you're playing right now. And you look at the scoreboard as much as you want or who your opponents are. In the NHL, on a night-to-night basis, it really doesn't matter. I mean, you just on the way back in here, you talked about Buffalo beating Vancouver. Like, Buffalo stinks. And here they are making an impact on the playoffs when they're really not an impact team. So you just don't know on a night-to-night basis what the hell you're dealing with.
Jamie, have you ever dealt with nachos on the ice? I don't know if you saw this in Edmonton. The Capitals goalie said he was distracted when the Oilers scored a goal because somebody threw a plate of nachos on the ice. Should they blow the whistle at that point?
Well, okay, so first of all, to your first question, I've seen some stuff in my day on the ice. Let me tell you, growing up playing junior hockey in Canada, they had, light bulb night. They thought that was awesome until all the light bulbs were smashed on the ice. They had beer can giveaways, and then all of a sudden they're all over the ice. I almost got hit with a camera in the face when I played for Boston and Montreal. Somebody threw a camera on the ice and almost hit me. So there's lots of things that have happened. But for the safety of the player, there's 4 referees out there. For the safety of the players, especially with the millions of dollars that we're talking about here on the ice at any given time, blow the damn whistle. There's no way you don't see those nachos on the ice, especially when Corey Perry has to step over the nachos to shoot a one-time. Blow that down.
They just left it there on the ice? Was there cheese with the nachos?
Yeah, the Capitals won the game, so they were laughing about it. But had they lost, I don't think they would have been too pleased. Were light bulbs a big draw? Did people go, oh, you know what, Doug, I wasn't going to go to the game tonight, but they are giving away free light bulbs.
LED, I hope.
Yeah.
No, they were like red light bulbs because the theme that night, it was junior hockey. The theme that night was like, we're going to score so many goals. The red light's going to be on. Everybody gets a red light sponsored by, I don't know, Uncle Bob's milk store. Who knows? But it was in Windsor, Ontario. I'll never forget it. It was close to Halloween, so people were in costumes. And I was 16 years old. And we happened to win that game, and there was a brawl at the end of the game. And the fans didn't like it, so they threw all the light bulbs on the ice.
Is there a rule not to blow the whistle unless there's a normal stoppage in play?
No, maybe in the 80s or in the 90s. I don't know. It's kind of prison rules back then. But now the players are supposed to be kept safe. As far as the goalie saying he was distracted, look, I love goaltenders, and you need them to win, obviously. But just stop the puck, man. Who cares about the nachos that are out there? It didn't stop Corey Perry from shooting the puck. It shouldn't stop you from saving it. But what I worry about more, Doug, is players skating across the nacho holder or whatever that little thing is. And, imagine then he blows out a knee or does something or falls and head first into the boards. That's where the safety of the player comes to mind. And the referees, 4 of them, again, not 1, 4 of them on the ice, saw that sitting there. They could have easily blown the whistle.
I guess their concern would be somebody's got to break away on the road, and so somebody throws something on the ice and the officials immediately blow the whistle and kill a good scoring opportunity. I guess they have to weigh that.
Yeah, they do, but it also has to impact the play, right? That's why sometimes you'll see the net's off its moorings at one end, and the referee doesn't blow it down because it has no impact on the play because the puck's in the other end. So they'll wait to see how it works out, and if the puck comes back towards the area that's affected, then they can blow the whistle, because obviously if someone threw nachos on the ice at one end and the player's at the other, no need to blow the whistle yet at that point. Right. In fact, this brings up a great story I'm going to tell you. Our very own Jimmy Roberts, who will be going into the Blues Hall of Fame this Friday night down at the MAC. I played for Jimmy in the minors, and Jimmy always had a handful of change in his pocket. And he'd jingle the change all the time. He's going up and down the bench. And trust me, I've got 100,000 stories about Jimmy, but this one in particular, whenever we needed a timeout, so Jimmy didn't want to waste his timeouts, he'd have 2 things. He'd have a rule. He said, listen, if there's a stoppage in play of any kind, everybody get to the bench. Don't go asking, talking to each other, the other team, the referees. Everybody back to the bench, because I'm going to use every opportunity as a timeout. So don't screw around. So we're like, okay, fine. So then I watched Jimmy. We're 10 games into my first season in the minors, and we're down by a goal, and the puck goes up the ice. Jimmy takes a handful of change and throws it on the ice behind the play. And there's change is all over the ice. And then Jimmy starts yelling at the ref, hey, the fans are throwing money on the ice. The players are going to get hurt. The fans are throwing money on the ice. So the referee's like, holy crap. They blow the whistle down. But now the money sticks to the ice. So you can't, just pick it up. You got to, scrape it with your skate. Well, remember now, if the whistle blows, Jimmy treats it like a timeout. And so as soon as we see the money hit the ice, we know what's up. And we go over to the bench for the built-in timeout while the referees scrape up the spare change on the ice.
That's a veteran move.
One by him there.
like that.
Probably cost him 35 cents or so, but it's worth it.
Expensive.
Yeah, it was fun. Jimmy was a awesome dude, man. He had so many things.
That's pretty savvy, actually.
Yeah, that's a savvy veteran
create
play.
your own timeout.
Savvy veteran play.
If you guys got one more, you got time for one more Jimmy story?
Yeah, I'll take
You,
it. Jimmy
do
Roberts
you
story day
have
of the week.
time, Jamie?
Yeah, I do. I
Okay.
got to tell this one because this one was funny. Obviously, we used to wear white jerseys at home. And Jimmy used to like to chew tobacco. And at the same time, though, he'd be yelling the whole game at players, at referees, and whatnot. And so after each game, when Jimmy was done talking, we'd all have to pull our jerseys out and flip them over to the back of our jerseys. And whoever had the most chew spit on the back of their jersey had to buy the first round of beers. The reason being is that means that player was benched probably for most of the game because Jimmy stood in the middle of the bench and you could find out quickly who played that night and who didn't because the guy who didn't play very much kept getting Jimmy's chew spit all over the back.
That's a good metric. That's a hell of a metric for the boys.
Oh, yeah.
What's Friday
Old
night going to be
analytics.
like? Friday night's going to be a hell of a ceremony, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Look, we get Cujo finally into at least one of the Hall of Fames. I think that he should be in the Hockey Hall of Fame, period, dot. But it's nice to have him added to the Blues Hall of Fame. Wayne Babbage, Jimmy Roberts, so many great people that are going to be involved. Bruce Affleck's getting the award as well, the True Blue Award. It's awesome. The MAC does such an amazing job with this event, and it feels like a massive gala, as it should. And you got to remember, guys, this is only a couple of years old now. Mm-hmm. It's not like the Blues have been doing this for 15, 20 years. It's just been a recent addition to the history of the club, and already they're knocking it out of the park. It's an awesome night.
Yeah, it really is. I've been there a couple times. I'm going Friday again. It's a fun night.
I sat with Doug last
you're
year.
going?
Sure.
Yeah, look at Doug. I think they're honoring Doug, I would hope.
I think Doug's on the list of no-goes. We'll have to make sure you
How about
get in
that?
there.
Take that.
I actually had a vote.
Take that. Jamie Rivers with us here on the
It's just that
program.
he was always interviewing the players in the shower. It got weird.
Oh,
yeah.
were you a peeker?
Just trying to get a little extra from the next guy.
Wow.
Trying to be Channel 4.
You're a bird watcher.
Trying to be Channel 5 and 2.
Heard.
Jamie Rivers every day here on 101 ESPN from 2 to 6, Blues and Golden Knights. Pregame, 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m. tomorrow night as the Blues try to take all 4 points from VGK. Jamie, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great day.
You
All
too.
right, thank you,
Jamie
Jim.
Rivers on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Charlie Marlow, who may or may not have gone to bed yet since Ohio State won the national championship, is going to join us coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day in the 10 o'clock hour. And what a showdown it is as the great Buck Swope is tied with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom for the lead at 3 wins apiece. You can compete, and you can still win the month of January for that matter. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I have booked a bet with a listener. I offered $250 for the wager. He has taken me up on $50 of it.
Okay.
And so we'll just operate in the trust tree because I'm not going to have that go into League Safe and then lose fees on that. It just doesn't make sense.
Is there a date that he has to be traded by?
Nolan Arenado, he is taking the bet that he will be on the Cardinal roster on opening day. I am taking the perspective that will not be the case.
Okay. Well, that gives you another almost 2 months, month and a half at least.
Well, I mean, I had a couple representatives negotiate the terms. And
Okay.
I'm pleased with the work they do.
Yeah.
This was negotiated while we're talking to Jamie Rivers. So I guess I'll take more action if
sure.
anybody wants it. I got 200.
Opening day, yeah.
Doug, you realize that event Friday at the MAC, I was unable to attend. Last year I sat with you and Mark Milton, I believe, were at
Right.
the same
Mark
table. But Tim, I got a hostile email from our friend Mike Caruso.
The
because-
generous executive who you say you think might be retired. Nobody's really sure what he does at the St.
Correct.
Louis Blues.
I think Doug Armstrong announced years ago that Caruso retired. They just didn't tell anybody. So I wrote him back. I realized there was an email about the Blues Hall of Fame event on Friday. Shot him a note over the weekend. And he said, I think I can share this. He doesn't care. Good to see you answer your email 11 days late. Good thing I wasn't hanging from a cliff or the side of the road needing gas. Next time, act like McKernan, your boss, all caps. Next time, act like McKernan, your boss, was emailing you and not a guy that you've known since high school, ass.
Wow. Gosh.
This is an executive?
Signed, Marty's ex-friend.
Oh,
He's doing the text inbox. Marty's ex-friend.
Wow. So he was not happy with me, and he said, act like McKernan, your boss, was emailing you.
so are you going Friday night?
I am unable to attend, which is what led to this hostile exchange, because I'm on that voting committee that you are also on.
The blue ribbon panel?
So Marty's ex-friend is now available, and then from Jamie Rivers, Jimmy's Chew Spit is now available.
Ooh, I
as
like
a
that.
name. And Uncle Bob's Milk Store is also available if anybody would like to take those
Claim
names.
those text inbox names, and Jackson or Chairman Kurt will change your name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. New sponsor here on The Morning After, and that is Moritz Reusch Jewelers, located right across from the Galleria in that tower that used to be called the University Tower. But now, Doug, it's just called the Tower. And I went in there and had a chance to meet with the family last week. And I know when it comes to getting jewelry, it's a process that people, I think, understandably are intimidated by. Most people don't know a whole lot about it. Well, at Moritz Reusch, you walk in and it is a private room, and they have merchandise right there on the property for you to take a look at. It's not like they're farming it out, and they know this industry. John has been doing it for 41 years, and the key thing for them, they don't care what the background is, what the budget is. They're going to get you to your budget, and that is what it's all about at Moritz Reusch. No sparkly lights. They're going to work well within your budget, and you can check out the work that they do on both Facebook and Instagram, and the website for them is ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. It goes back to their longtime sponsorship of The Riz Show. And since they're like, nobody's going to be able to spoil Moritz Reusch anyway, how about we create this for you? Ninja Bling. And so it's ninjabling.com. Moritz Reusch, right across from the Galleria. Really great people. Got a chance to meet them last week on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the Galleria. Moritz Reusch, new sponsor here on TMA, online at ninjabling.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. TMA 101 ESPN. It's a Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. All right, I promise here. Well, we did take the worst and wins wacko, but I'll get to the phone lines. Doug Martin, he loves phone calls, and people are calling in, but then I'm not getting them on because we start talking, and then we get distracted. There's a bright, shiny object, and the next thing you know, I'm like, oh, I didn't get the caller on. So you call in, you get on 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's what you can do. Be a friend of the show. Don't be intimidated by us. Sure, we're superstars. Sure we are.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I agree with you. Jackson, I haven't heard this. What is it? What is this Ali Marmol that you got here in 8-2 on the dossier?
It's just Marmol. A kid asked him a question. It's pretty wholesome, but I don't know
Look
where
at this,
people are
Doug.
at
This
on
is
it.
wholesome.
Okay. We need a little bit of wholesome around here.
You want to hear it, Doug?
Well, yeah, anytime would be
Let's
great.
just talk about it.
All right.
Why did you want to be a coach for the St. Louis Cardinals?
I wanted to have influence over a group of guys and be able to impact them both on and off the field. And then when you look at this organization compared to others, it's really easy. There's not another place like St. Louis. This city really cares about their baseball. It's on a different level. It really is. And you want to wake up. The pressure that you guys talk about, and I joked about it earlier with the negativity, but like, you want to wake up to a city that cares enough to get mad when you lose and get excited when you win. If I were doing this somewhere that didn't care as much, I don't know if I'd wake up for it. Yeah.
How about that, Doug?
It was cute. Little kid asking the question.
It's pretty good answer.
I'd say, yeah. I like that last part. About
There are towns that could care less about their baseball team in the big picture, and it wouldn't be as much fun there.
On 8-2, Tim right below Ali Marmol on why he loves coaching in St. Louis.
Yeah, I was wondering if this was tied into it. That's where I was going.
Okay, because what the dossier will often do, then sort of spin off into a broader topic. And it says on the dossier, do you think we are reaching a point, due to the increased access to information and general awareness on high, that greed in pro sports has a shelf life? For the Cardinals, do you think the ownership's perceived smug attitude towards the fans is part of the issue with engagement and interest, almost like taking advantage of the fandom?
How about that? And this is Jackson. This is what he would do on Balloon Party. He would ask these questions, and they would lead to deep dives. I saw the question. That's why I was wondering if the Ali Marmol thing led into this question. So they're kind of unrelated outside of both being Cardinal topics. Is that fair to say?
I'd say they're broadly related, but from a micro standpoint, they really have nothing to do with each other.
Doug, did you appreciate that answer? They're broadly related,
We
but
didn't
from
need to
micro.
go micro. We didn't need to go micro at all.
You prefer to go macro?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Jackson, greed in pro sports has a shelf life, meaning we'll get sick of complaining about it?
Yeah, I was wondering what that part in the question meant, actually. So, Martin, I like that you're digging down on the dossier. Dig down on the dossier.
Well, I think in general, people are more likely, you have such an attachment to something like the Cardinals or any sports teams. And so when you feel like time and time again over a certain amount of time that they aren't reciprocating with the same effort or perceived effort, I don't know, we don't really know what the effort is, but perceived effort that you are spending the money with, like at what point does that crossroads meet and you're like, I'm done. Like,
so the shelf life is you're turned off by the perceived greed.
Right.
So, okay.
Right.
Got it.
So there's a clock ticking like I'm sick of this.
It's like getting an email a week after you graduate college asking for a donation. It's like, okay, I literally just got done paying you. Like, can we, like, what are you doing to make my experience now as an alumni?
Yeah, you're saying it could get so expensive that people will stop going.
In a way.
So here is, and I'm curious, because this is something that I would talk about on Balloon Party, but I don't think we've talked about it. I really want to hear what you guys think, Martin and Doug, on this. In my opinion, this is different and more concerning for the Cardinals than, say, the down years of 16, 17, and 18. Because whereas I sensed anger then, now I sense apathy. And I think apathy is worse than anger. And so what the Cardinals, I think, when they're calculating this reduction in expenditures, they're factoring in a variety of line items. but one that doesn't necessarily have dollars attached to it in the pro forma, is how to calculate fans' decreased interest in the overall product. And that is what I think is a reason why we're seeing them alter their model as substantially as they planned to do with that press conference at the end of the season. So in other words, my question to you is this: do you sense more anger or do you sense more apathy in the market?
I sense more apathy.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. I don't think people are really angry that their team doesn't look like they're going to be very good.
Some are, of course, but I'm saying overall.
Yeah, for the most part, it's people caring less because it appears that their team isn't going to have a chance to win. So, as a fan myself, it doesn't really make me angry that the team is not going to be as good as I'd like them to be, but it does make me care less about watching every game, every moment of the season.
What do you think, Martin?
I think more apathy. I think there's a slice out there, sliver of the crowd that's always angry. Even if the team wins 95 games, they're mad they didn't add on at the deadline. There's always that sliver of anger. I think right now it's apathy, which is related to downtown and crime, and it's all kind of like,
television situation.
Yeah, I'll sit this one out. I think there's a general fatigue, maybe more than general. There's mosaic fatigue, so some people are just kind of burnt out on the product, burnt out on the message, and that's led to some of the apathy. So are they going to consume the product? Yeah, they will. It's Cardinal baseball. It's St. Louis. It's summertime. But you won't be passionate about it. It'll be on in every bar and restaurant you walk into, and you're still going to pay attention to
But you will not be as emotionally invested
Right.
or apt to go to the games. I think there are so many factors. Certainly what has transpired in an offseason that John Mozeliak himself characterized as unique, being polite and obviously inactive, to be direct. But I think you take it outside of St. Louis. I think some fans go, well, the Dodgers are just able to do something that, maybe one or two other teams can do. Part of the enjoyment, and I think one of the things that fuels the NFL and the NBA in particular, is that you feel like it's year-round. The calendar involves fans of all teams year-round. If you want to go to the NFL, you'd go free agency, the draft, the camps, and then the games. People are always talking about it. With baseball, the offseason now, with regard to free agency, is limited to a handful of teams, and then the scraps for the guys that are still hanging on in the game might get a 1 or 2 year deal, and they get to play in the National League Central, the American League Central. So you have that element of the game taken out of it. You have people during COVID, where there was no baseball for a number of months, going, I don't really miss it that much. Then when it came back, your television provider might not have carried it. And you go, I don't really miss it that much. Then you start running a P&L in your head of some capacity, going, well, here's what I get by going downtown and spending a couple $100 to take my family to a game. And now I've got to spend that much for that little return. I'm not all that interested that much. Now the team's not that good. I'm not interested all that much. Now the team doesn't have a superstar. I'm not interested that much. Now the team doesn't make changes when they fail. I'm not interested that much. Now the team gives contract extensions to a guy who led them to a last place finish. I'm not interested that much. So you have all of those factors that combine to get to people in St. Louis with, I'm not interested that much. And that's a hell of a lot more dangerous than I'm angry about it.
Mm-hmm. It is sort of the perfect storm. All those elements rolled into one. At the same time, you've got a young core. This is not a warm-up, warm and fuzzy feeling, but if they started well, can you pull some people in? Let's say they have a decent April and Walker's hitting and Wynn's stealing bases. There's probably a small percentage of Cardinal fans that are waiting to see, okay, all right, well, you know what, these young guys are playing hard. I'm actually kind of intrigued by that. They do have a chance, if they start well, to pull some of those people in. I don't think it's a large majority.
But I mean, that's based on what takes place in the first few weeks of the season. I'm talking about the State of the Union here in January, and the State of the Union is weak.
Right, but I'm saying I think you can get some of those people back if this reset, whatever you call it, starts well. I think some people are waiting to see. Most are apathetic.
Yeah.
But maybe you can pull some back in if this youth performs at a high level.
It would be interesting to know what the numbers are with their season ticket base, how many they lost, or if they lost many at all.
No, I think they have. I think they're right. Yeah, I think in the building, even I was told they've had some meetings with the entire staff, everybody that works there, saying it could be a little rough. You're not going to see as many people. Saw signs of that the last year or so. I think they're fully prepared for that. The attendance last year officially was 2.6 million, which was the first time they didn't have 3 in a couple of decades. And I think you're going to trend lower than that this year.
I got this email, by the way, from a longtime TMA listener, and I don't want to go into the ties because then that would out the person, but it is a tie to the Cardinal organization as far as employment, and says your reads on the monetary situation and the struggles that face them for not just this year but upcoming are very real. I know you guys talked about it today. This email was sent to me last night. In regards to the monetary situation of years prior when the team's been successful and profitable, where is that money? But that's just not the philosophical view of the DeWitts. The TV deal and the attendance are the biggest issues facing them. They're cutting costs everywhere, and I'm just afraid that the light at the end of the tunnel is not very bright. They're doing a few things around the stadium to try and draw people back, but I'm afraid your apathy take is all too real, and that is the real underlying problem. So I don't know what they're doing around the stadium that would entice people back.
New banners?
New banners, maybe.
Better players would help. Well, I do think if they surprise us all and somehow come through with a decent competitive season, I think that fixes a lot of the attendance problems. It won't fix the TV problem necessarily, but I think a lot more people would go. You just have to be competitive. You have to have an interesting team.
Really?
Yes, you do. Almost every city, not just St. Louis, almost every city, if your team's not very good, they just won't show up on a nightly basis to watch baseball.
What would, I think, light the fire is if you did have Wynn and Walker in particular, and then if one of the young arms that we've heard about, somehow gets a spot and starts dealing, then even if the team isn't in a spot where you're going, oh, this could be the year, that you go, okay, there's hope for the future. People just want hope. So then that way they can feel like their emotional investment is reciprocated with some kind of either commitment from the organization financially or product on the field entertains them and believes that there can be a championship. That's all it is. Doug, you call it hopium, and you like to go to hopium dens?
Yeah.
No, I think that's the base of my is that it. And to be honest, like I put a lot of that on the front office, but it is also on the players. Like if there is a reciprocation of that fandom, of that passion from both, then yes, I think then things will improve. But it at the moment feels like it's not being reciprocated, both on the field and in the offices. The front ones, of course.
The apathy is also spread to ESPN. On their website, on their Cardinal depth chart, they still have Paul Goldschmidt and Tommy Edman as starting players on the Cardinals.
Somebody's sitting this one out at ESPN.com.
Who's to say they won't be on the team?
Edman was traded in the middle of last year.
Says you.
Tommy Edman got $75 million by the Dodgers, and that was like any other team would be like, huge signing,
deal, sure.
off-season addition. Tommy Edman stays for $75 million. And people are like, oh, did they re-up? Yeah, he got re-up too. Yeah, it doesn't even matter.
What a great deal that was for him. And he went from the injured list, and we kind of forgot about him here in a little bit. And then he goes there, and he's in the postseason.
Tearing it
he's
up.
on a winner. Yeah, playing very well, gets a big new contract.
Do you think he hates the trade?
I think he loves the trade.
261 Friends of the Feather gathered in the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. That's where you can watch the show, and you can always stream it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast on the TMA STL app and on 101ESPN.com. Feeling like you just aren't right lately. What is going on? Maybe it's a lack of focus or mental clarity. Maybe it's low libido. That can strain relationships. Well, maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians provide a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It is Mentality, helping you to be the dad who can keep up with the kids, be the husband your spouse knows you can be, and feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% low testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com TMAWalrus.com/radio to get access. All right, Doug. TMA Walrus Number One.
Okay.
Pestis and Festus, both on the Callier and Thompson phones.
Oh,
Gotta get to them.
Okay.
Gotta get to them. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. This just in.
Whoa.
Khalil Mack 33, is set to be an unrestricted free agent for the first time in his 11-year NFL career, and he is coming back to play some football. This just in, according to ESPN.com. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Boy, he had that breaking news SportsCenter update. He got all of our attention. But do you feel like it was a bit of a bait and switch? Do you feel like it was a bit of a bait and switch?
I almost yelled letdown.
Okay, so I guess you
good.
I thought it was something bigger.
Yeah, I don't know. People just use that breaking news chyron whenever.
Yeah, but you don't have to be part of the problem.
You're right.
Apology?
I mean, it was breaking news. It's not, I don't think it really appeals much to this region or the gentleman in the studio, but breaking news nonetheless. No. Khalil Mack.
I'd rather have a Khalil Green update. That's from Flip Wilson.
Oh, where's he's up to? No, I can find that out. I can find out what Khalil Green's up to. Where are they now? Khalil Green.
Mm-hmm. Kind of look like Jeff Spicoli.
Yeah, it's a nice play. Former Padre Cardinals brought him over. I don't know if they would call it a great result.
No, he'd been a good player in San Diego, but he didn't get much done here.
That's right.
He's 45 years young.
Okay.
He had some issues. He had some things
like anxiety-ish.
Yeah, he had some mental health issues. He writes hip-hop lyrics in his spare time and then adds them to music. That is an other interests section on Wikipedia, also called rapping.
Nice.
Right, I mean, write hip-hop lyrics and then add them to music. That's just like a long way of saying rapping. Okay, all right.
Doug, there is your Khalil Green and Khalil Mack
It's nice to have it. It's nice to have it.
Here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. People in St. Louis care as much about Khalil Mack as they care about Libby Jack's stupid NBA updates.
Oh, okay.
Like Eric in the Central West, Doug, and you might know that he is attractive, but Jackson's not attracted to him.
Do you guys want me to just say the time of the Blues next game 4 straight times? Like, if that's what you guys want, that's cool.
Well, Jake Neighbors didn't know it was Thursday.
If you hate creativity so much, if you hate something that is unlike what you're used to that much, then I will say the time of the Blues game 4 times. That's what you want.
Wow, you kind of snapped at us.
Right there at the end.
Every man has a breaking point.
Is this today your breaking point?
Nah.
Is this it? Should we do a QFTA today?
Yeah, let's go 4 hours.
I'll go full Rogan. I went 90 minutes with starter packs yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, I'm sorry. And I'm like, trust me, Jackson probably thought that was the shortest podcast we've ever done.
Yeah. Felt like we were just recording a couple spots.
I think Rogan invented the not editing part of it, too, because you just record everything.
Oh, like raw?
I'm still working on Blagojevich. I'm like 5 tries to finish it. And I think it's 3 hours, and I honestly have listened to about 15, 20 minutes, 5 different times. And he'll just say, hey, Julie, I'm getting a little feedback in my headset. Can we turn that one down? And that's all part of the podcast. I said, this is a brilliant approach.
I love it that way.
It's a producer's dream if you don't have to edit out
anything up.
Yeah, record and post.
Like these podcasts for this show, I'm assuming KG cleans it all up. All the mistakes are taken out, I hope, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only the best makes it
Thank
through.
you. So it's very short.
Chairman, we still have our friends on the line?
TMA Walrus Number One is still on there.
TMA Walrus Number One is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, say hello to the Walrus.
Hello, Walrus.
What's up, boys? How's everyone doing today?
Oh, we're
wonderful.
fine.
It's so great to hear from you.
Good. I'm well, thank you. So, thanks to you all and Hubbard for the winter warm-up tickets. I actually had a good time.
Oh, good.
I like kind of I like the behind-the-scenes stuff. Get to go places you don't ever get to see. So I enjoyed it. And thanks to Buck Swope. Last minute he couldn't go, so he gave me his tickets. So I was able to take different people with me. But I had a great time.
Where did you go in the building? Because it is interesting. Fans can sort of traverse the stadium.
Sure. Yeah. So a lot of it was at Busch. It was mostly in the Cardinal club, home renter club, whatever that's called. But you could go to the visitor dugout or clubhouse in the Cardinal clubhouse, and then you go to that little, the green seats area. It wasn't anything too much, but place I never get to see, so it was cool to me. I enjoyed it.
Well, good. You get some autographs.
I did not, because there wasn't really anyone there I wanted an autograph from.
What does that say about our club?
It's a BFib check-in.
Well, I wanted Walker and Wins, but those were sold out, and I wanted Ozzy's, but that was sold out. Everyone else I didn't really care about.
Okay.
But it was still neat. But of course, that's not really a good gauge of the Cardinal fans because that's like the hardcore B-fib. So everyone was positive about the season. Mm-hmm. And in fact, you played that clip of that kid asking Ollie a question. I was 4 seats away from him when he asked that. And whenever Ollie came onto the stage, there was a lady in the front row who stood up, started cheering, and gave him a standing ovation. And I
Paul Skeens.
And yeah, KG, I'm sorry, I love you, but you could smell the Jeffco on her.
Oh, Doug! So unfortunate.
Doug.
Sorry.
Listen, when I'm elected mayor, I'm going to change the water tower. I'm going to fix the stench. It's all good.
There is a fragrance.
Like a profound.
There is a fragrance. What is it? What is the fragrance?
It's one of those things you can't describe, but you just know it when it wafts into your
Aged cream cheese.
No.
Wow, so vivid.
Yeah, think about it.
I'll fix it.
I'm all in support. I'd almost move to Jeffco just for you, KG.
Let's not
Fix
get crazy.
the stench.
Tough day for
Is that
Jeff.
our version of draining the swamp in St. Louis? We'll fix the stench.
The one thing that they kept saying was refresh about this season. Refresh. And I'm like, just say rebuild. That's all you got to say. Just say refresh.
Yeah, the organizations are so careful not to use the term rebuild. I wonder what that's about.
DeWitt the Third said the other day, whatever you choose.
Okay, so he's getting comfortable with it.
Like whatever you choose to use.
It's like movies won't say like number 2 or 3 now. They change it to like having a little title because people are like, I don't want to go see part 1 of a movie. I want to see the whole thing.
Where the boys aren't is still doing it. They're on part 19.
That's the name of my autobiography.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Where the boys aren't is the name of your autobiography?
Mm-hmm. Well, my memoirs.
At least your vacations.
So instead of Rocky 2, what would they have said? Like Rocky Rises
Rocky
Up.
Reloaded.
Rocky
There you
Reloaded,
go.
like Bill Reloaded.
My favorite texter.
Thank you. TMA Walrus Number One, anything else to share with Doug?
Yeah, so my favorite part of the whole thing was Monday after the press conference with Ollie. I got to talk a little baseball with Claves, which was great.
Oh, yeah,
And I told
absolutely.
him, yeah, that was fantastic. I said, hey, I really enjoy listening to you. He said, oh, thanks, appreciate it. And I said, have fun calling a losing season.
Oh,
and
no.
he's like, well, he's like, well, I don't know about that. I'm like, why? They haven't done anything. They haven't done a thing to make this we're going to have any positivity whatsoever. And he said, well, the division isn't really that strong. I said, exactly. Why aren't they going out and trying to win the division instead of getting into the playoffs and then trying to see what happens? I was like, they should be out full force trying to win this thing, but they're not doing anything. It's so frustrating.
So you took out your franchise hostilities on the broadcast. You went after Claves.
Well, not really Clays. It's just, he's just like the cat. He's a rights holder. You have to be.
Okay.
I get it. But still, it's just frustrating that they're so tone deaf about how Cardinal fans actually feel. And they don't get that same vibe at winter warm-up because it is the B-fibs that are there. You're not going to have the ones that are apathetic that's going to be there. And so they just think, oh, yeah, this is how everyone thinks. Like, no, you idiot.
Oh,
fed up with you guys.
Walrus, I've never heard you banty. You're usually the most even keel cat going.
2-pound carrot cake.
Well, when it comes to this, it's just tone deaf. If they just came out and said, hey, look, we're going to rebuild. We may not be very good. I'm sorry. I understand. And that's fine. But they just think they're smarter. They have that smug attitude about them, and it's sickening. And you talked about season tickets. Buddy of mine he's been a season ticket holder for like 25 years, and he said the price went up, and a lot of people were opting out. He almost opted out. He's like, why am I going to pay for something that they're not even going to put a good product on the field? I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. I get it.
Did you get a chance to yell at Jim Hayes also while you were down there?
Yeah, give the cat a piece of your
I
mind.
never saw him. I wanted to see him, but I never saw him.
Was the cat at the
I
winter
really
warm-up?
did.
Anybody see the cat? Well, he wasn't. I figure he was.
Yeah, he was there. I just never saw him. But I wanted to. I love the cat. I miss the cat. I miss Bobby. I miss Iggy. I miss TMA, whatever the sports talk show is.
Taking shots at everyone.
Lauren,
I'm kidding.
here's the cat's
I love you
cough.
guys. You know that. Thanks, boys. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Thank you,
Walrus Number
Walrus.
One, a banty TMA Walrus.
Yeah.
Usually he's the you know what he is? The chipper chicken.
Yeah. Oh, not today.
Not today, though.
Really let Claiborne have it.
Full-throated, too.
Boy, he was critiquing the show, and yet I feel like he kind of brought it down a little bit, too. Kind of played a role.
You're welcome to call into the program as well. 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to email in. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton, longtime sponsor of this program, with 409 5-star reviews on Google, and you type in his name, James Carlton, of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend him in a major way to our audience. And here's what I would tell you. Has the cost of your insurance gone up from this time last year? If the answer is yes, you have absolutely nothing to lose by calling the following number, 314-961-4800, and talking it over with James' staff and see if they can save you money. And I would wager that for a good number of you, they're going to be able to save you money. That's what they pride themselves on doing. James has a huge staff because the customer service to find people ways to save money and take care of them should issues arise in which they need their insurance is top of the line. That's why I made the switch, and I recommend you make the switch as well. carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's the morning after. This is 101 ESPN. My name is Tim McKernan. On my right is Doug Vaughn. And on Doug's right is Martin Kilcoyne. But the show is
I'm to the right of Doug? Holy smokes.
Setting you up for that. And then our centerpiece is Jackson Burkett.
The centerpiece of the show?
That's right.
Yeah, I'm like a floral arrangement. Yeah, that you put on white linen cloth.
Oh, I was thinking more of like a nucleus of a cell.
Like a powerhouse, like a mitochondria. I'm really more of a cornucopia.
I'll be darned.
Yep.
Plump.
Okay.
Tim, are you taking questions?
I am. Doug is not. He will at 11 o'clock.
Have we figured out yet who the one voter was that didn't vote for Ichiro? Do we have a way of outing that person? How he got 300?
You want to dox? Doug, you're pro doxing, aren't you?
Yes.
He
sure.
got
Why wouldn't
393 out of 394 votes to go into Cooperstown. He was not unanimous, and everyone was outraged. I guess you don't have to reveal your ballot if you don't want to.
Per CBS Sports, Dane Perry said they may continue to remain anonymous. That was posted like 12 hours ago.
I think if you didn't vote for him, you did so for a reason. Wouldn't you want to own it? Wouldn't you explain it? Or maybe you did and you thought, I won't be the only one. And then you found out, oh, crap. It was just
Maybe he
me.
just made a mistake. Didn't read the entire list.
Don't you want to know?
I want to
Only
know.
one player has been unanimously elected to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Mariano Rivera.
The question is, when Albert Pujols is eligible here in a couple of years, I guess 3 years, will he be unanimous? Or will we still have the one guy?
Yeah, no way of knowing. I don't think the writers should be the ones who decide anyway. It's not their industry. It's the players and owners, and it's the team's industry.
But sometimes the writers put in more work. Like if you play baseball, you may not pay attention. I mean,
If you play, no, but there could be some sort of blue ribbon panel of former executives and players who've been around a while, maybe some members of the Hall of Fame itself. The players, they know who's better more than the writers do.
Or they should be a part of it. They do have the Veterans Committee.
If you're a writer, you don't get to watch all the games either. You watch your team, all the games your team plays, but you don't see the other league, much of them at all. The players are the ones who knows who's good, who the best guys are.
Yeah, I do think the writers, a lot of them do pay close attention to the league at large, whereas some players just hone their craft, get out there, and they rake, and they're great. There's probably some that are guilty in both categories that don't pay attention.
So we got a text here that says the nerd voted for Chase Utley. So the guy who didn't vote for Ichiro voted for Chase Utley. Who's the nerd? Is that the guy?
The only
who's the nerd?
I don't know who the nerd was.
Remember Ice Cube's "Who's the Mac"? Was that on America's Most Wanted?
I don't know that
91?
either.
No Vaseline.
I don't know the years.
No, that was death certificate. So maybe 89. I'm going to go 90 to get me 80. Maybe I'm going to go 89 to get me 88.
Okay.
90.
So this is why we go 3 hours on QTA.
One.
All right, I need some bumper Ritalin.
1, 0, 1.
Oh, it's 90.
And yet Alex Rodriguez didn't get in again. He only got 37% of the votes. Probably one of the top 10 players of all time. Manny Ramirez didn't get in. Steroids, obviously, for both those two.
Birthday Hawk says that the same committee that votes for the TMA Listener of the Month should be the one that votes for the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Agreed.
Well, there's some skepticism regarding the Listener of the Month nomination process.
If you don't have any haters, you're not popping.
Doug?
Everyone
If you
who
don't have
counts.
haters, you're not
Watch this, Doug. Everyone who counts has critics, but it is not the critics who count.
Oh,
Everyone
God,
who
write
counts
that
has-
down.
Did you read
Write
that on
it.
the back of a matchbook?
Yeah, maybe a dentist office. I don't know.
If we were in charge, Jackson would be like, and for Cooperstown this summer will be Chase Utley. And then we would all say, none of us voted for him.
No, I wouldn't have. Not, Ellie wouldn't be the one. She did that late slide thing late in his career. I never liked that. I was screaming, dirty play. Bush League.
You showed him.
Yeah,
You showed him.
got me.
I do think it's probably time to put in the guys who are the greats of the game, but were tainted by the steroid accusations.
I tend to agree. If the runs counted, if the games all counted, I don't know. Like Barry Bonds, all of his home runs counted. So
Right.
you just throw the record. I don't get it. But what are you going to do?
Yeah. Rose, Rodriguez, Ramirez. These are some of the best players that have ever played.
I'd vote you
If
in,
it's
Doug.
truly a Hall of Fame, put the best players in there. If you need an asterisk to describe why their induction might be somewhat tainted, that's fine. But they need to be in there.
What ball cap do you think Albert will
Don't
wear?
say ball cap.
Sorry. What ball cap do you think?
You can't stop.
I know. What hat do you think Pujols will wear?
Cardinals. That's where his best years were.
I would hope that would be the case.
Be awkward if he's still getting paid by the Angels in
He's
Cooperstown.
got a personal services guy. I don't know.
It's like when Tony was managing the White Sox, but he would leave their games to come down here.
I don't know if it was when he was managing, but
I thought
he always worked for another team, but he was always at opening day in St. Louis sporting the red jacket. And if you said, hey, shouldn't you? What are you talking about? Play tonight. Like, well, I know, but you're here now.
Did he go in with a blank cap?
He went in with a blank cap, much to the chagrin of Cardinal fans.
I think Albert might do something similar.
I don't think he will. I think his heart, his passion, and Angel fans probably don't even care.
That's a good point. That is a very good
Many
point.
of them don't realize he played
Jason,
there.
you are anti-Anaheim because you don't like the Ducks, you don't like the Angels.
I just think, I think if you're living in Anaheim, you're not necessarily, living and dying with the trials and tribulations of the Ducks and Angels.
Why not?
Because you can, just go outside,
Oh, that's kind of thin.
I thought you were going to say the beach. You just said just go
Well,
outside.
no, last night I'm watching Missouri, Texas freaking out, getting so upset. And, if I had, warm 70-degree weather and, beautiful landscapes around me, it'd probably be an easier pill to swallow. But instead, we live in a frozen tundra landscape.
Yeah, I think there's probably something to that where people who live in colder climates probably tend to maybe be more passionate about their sports teams because that's what they have.
Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
But I have family who lives in that area of Anaheim, Orange County. It's not like they go to the beach every day. You just don't do that.
Yeah,
when I lived in Miami, I went maybe once or twice a year because you're busy with your life. You have jobs and things to do. You don't just hang out at the beach all the time because you live in an area that's warm.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
for
No, you're right.
Buffalonians, it just means more because they're so damn cold.
I think that's a part of it. But also, because it's a little bit of a smaller town relative to the rest of the pro sports franchises.
It seems like the most rabid sports fan bases tend to be from cold weather cities, although the Dodgers would have a pretty good case for having a rabid fan base.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of a scene? Isn't it like you're next to Mary Hart and, you're feeling like a big star?
That's a small percentage of it. There's actually a pretty rough crowd at Dodger games.
Well, I'm telling you, when I was out there for one of those playoff series against the Dodgers, that's intense, man.
And, we've seen it with the brawls and beating people up in San Francisco, tragically.
That's the whole city. The whole city of LA is rough.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, if you are having heating system problems today, my word, you've got yourself quite a situation. Go to designairservice.com because it is 19 degrees in St. Louis, brother.
Yeah. If you have a problem, at least you know we've given you the solution, and that solution is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since it opened in 1904. That's a long time to keep a successful business going. Fourth generation business now, and longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. They will keep your home feeling comfortable, whether you have problems in the wintertime like now or in the summer. They do air conditioning work as well. Of course, they will never upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. I've had them out to my house. Seth Goldcamp and his crew do a fantastic job. Many of their technicians have been with them for 20 years or more. They know exactly what they're doing. The website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
This is a surprising text from caller Janet.
Oh, hello, Janet.
I noticed Ichiro made it. I wonder if one of the highlights will be when he played here and caught a ball in the stands and then reached in and squeezed the young woman's boob.
Did that happen?
Doug? Janet, with that observation, passionate defender of St. Louis against Charlotte and observer of Ichiro squeezing fans.
He went in for a fly ball and instead caught a breast.
If it happened, I don't remember it. Did that happen here?
If Janet says it. I mean, doesn't that give it credibility?
Well, I
Call
don't
in,
know.
Janet.
Call in, Janet.
Kevin Mitchell caught a ball with his bare hand.
Yeah, that was a ball hit by the Wizard.
Matt Holliday was attacked by moths.
Yeah, in his ear.
Mookie Betts tried to make a catch, but one of the New York Goombas took it away from him.
Terry Francona broke his leg at the old Busch Stadium, running into the wall in right center. But I don't remember Ichiro doing this.
Oh, so I don't know. Janet, call in and let us know. Chuckles Marlow's calling in.
I'm going to text Mozeliak. Oh, that's right. Chuck's at 9:30.
Chuckles Marlow.
Should I ask the DeWitts if they remember this moment? Will they honor Ichiro next year? Maybe a
Retire 51.
And then also, we've got conflicting reports about a situation in the Notre Dame locker room. This will tie into Chuckles Marlow joining us, Ohio State's own, following the game. And we've got reporters going back and forth on the accounts of what happened in the Notre Dame locker room, including ESPN's Molly McGrath. We'll have that for you coming up. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we're on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Is this Fiona Apple criminal? 97?
I don't know the years, Tim.
We were talking 8 Mile, and This is Shook Ones Part 2 by Mobb Deep, which is the last instrumental that B Rabbit does, where he, talks crap on himself and then says, "What do you have to say about me now?" That they don't already know.
Is it the
I
same
butchered
as-
that, but you get the idea.
Okay.
Is it full Khalil Green where he writes lyrics and then adds music to it later?
That's what B
Okay.
Rabbit was doing against Anthony Mackie, Papa Doc.
Mom Spaghetti?
Indeed.
My right hand, Papa Doc, I see.
That Macy Gray's got a good song on there.
Took me from a boy to the man, so I always had a father when my biological didn't bother. That's Pete Rock and CL Smooth. Is that 92? They reminisce over you, Trouble T. Roy?
That's one of my favorite instrumentals.
Caller Janet is back. Google it. They gave the lady all kinds of memorabilia after Ichiro did it. She was laughing about it. My son says they were playing the Cardinals in Seattle. It's Janet.
All right.
We need Janet to call in on this.
Well, so-
Janet, 314-974-0101.
Probably happened at about 11 o'clock our time, so we were asleep. We missed it.
Ichiro going into the stands.
I just don't... went up into the stands? Or just caught a fly ball next to the stands? I have a hard time believing he actually would have gone up into the stand somewhere and started squeezing.
Start squeezing.
The recovering alcoholic says it might not have gotten a lot of attention because it could have been a gentleman, a lot of men, C cups at Busch Stadium.
Oh, well, yeah.
I think I found the play in question.
Okay, what do we have, Chairman? Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Kurt on 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com, and he's a wonderful gentleman.
Looks like maybe Mark Teixeira pops one foul down the line. Ichiro heading over towards the stands, and it's into the first row. I don't necessarily see a breast grab, but he kind of reaches out towards her, and now she is just losing it. She's excited.
Mark Teixeira never played for the Cardinals, though,
He had
did
a,
he?
he had a
Against the
cup of
Yankees.
coffee.
I don't know. Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah, he and Cesar Turris would pal around to 2008. Is that right? 2008?
I don't remember him being here.
He may have touched her leg.
Can someone send me Charlie's number?
What in the world?
Good gravy.
I've been looking for it for.
Are you serious?
I thought I saved it the
God, I
last
thought
time.
he was a friend of the show.
I know. He should.
FOTS.
First,
my
I
bad.
forgot
Yeah,
that he was
the
going to be
man's
on. And then you don't have his number.
I thought I did, and so I didn't ask, and now I'm sitting over here searching through my
It's a
phone.
well-oiled machine here. Stand by.
Say, listen, doing it on the air this week.
Oh, you pardon, you poked the beehive. This guy's already on edge today, and now...
Hung up on J.V. Rivers. I don't know.
I certainly did not, by the way. Like that, I hit every button normally.
Well, he's a regular guest, and he works here, so it'd be pretty rude to just hang up on him.
I concur. That's what I did. All right, I'm going to call everyone. Yeah.
You've had it with us. You've had it with all of us.
We never did talk Mizzou because it said on the dossier, I am despondent.
Yeah, Jackson was on the brink anyway. And then we bring up the loss to Texas last night. Texas.
Low-scoring affair.
Yeah, it was a little rough. There wasn't a point on the board until about 4 minutes into the game. Then Missouri was able to bounce back and take a 2-1 lead. But they only scored 50 more points.
I thought it was nice of them not to score until the TV coverage kicked in at about 8:15.
That's probably what it was.
A lot of I was tweeting about that, formerly known as Twitter on X. I'm sorry, I was Xing about that. That the 8 o'clock game, you never see your game start. And I was complaining about it, but a number of people said they believe ESPN likes it that way because then you have to get the app. That it forces you to stream it. I never thought of it that way. So it could all be part of big cable.
The actual dirty part there was talking Mizzou hoops right when I picked up the phone.
You don't want to talk Mizzou hoops.
Do you want to go through it?
No, it was too bad.
Are you really upset about it?
I was really upset last night.
How upset were you?
I was yelling.
You were yelling at the TV?
Nah, yeah.
Were you by yourself?
Yeah.
So who do you yell? What kind of things do you yell?
I was really mad about Josh Cray's offensive foul with 1:15 left. Worked so hard to get a stop, down 5, and then you get a dumb offensive foul.
You couldn't get a board there late either.
Yeah, you get out rebounded by Texas. You deserve to lose.
Take that.
It's true.
They shot 18% from the three-point range.
That won't do.
No.
That was after going off the last couple games.
Yeah.
Is the Chuckster there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hi, Chuck.
Jackson wanted to get the Missouri talk, and we got it in. He was mad that we talked about him while he was calling Chuckles. Charlie Marlow with us here, a friend of the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Charlie, Martin was concerned that you were tweeting at around midnight after Ohio State won, and then also tweeting at around 5 a.m. And I was theorizing you were just having a pony, and you were just out and celebrating.
I was having a pony. I was at home, though. You know what's funny? Martin will appreciate this. So I was half joking, and I had a good amount of beers on Monday night, and I made a joke. I said, should I do a YouTube live stream, which I didn't because I was just being lazy. And then Jim Powers called me, Martin, and was like, hey, I'll do he's an Ohio guy as well. He's like, I'll do a live stream with you. And I was like, I was kind of half kidding. Plus, I'm sitting on my couch, and I just wanted to enjoy it. But I actually do get up pretty early, so I did have a 5-hour window of sleep there.
God, so you sit there and your count on Twitter was 8 beers. Your Buckeyes win the national championship, and then you get up at 5 in the morning?
I have been getting up at 5. I try to get up at 5 because, and you guys know this, with kids, my son gets up almost just on the clock at 6:45. And if I can do an hour and 45 minutes of work when no one is awake, it's just the best.
I could not agree more. And parents of young children, you've either experienced it and know exactly what Charlie and I are talking about, or you're living it right now. Doug, that hour of serenity is glorious. The witching hour.
Yeah. Because if they're all awake, no matter what and how important that thing is that you sit down to do, it'll have to wait.
That's right.
There's something else far more important.
That's right.
For sure.
So, Charlie, I see
coffee. It's beautiful.
I see on the heels of beating Notre Dame, the Ohio State backup quarterback, Devin Brown, has left and he's gone to Cal. Does that take some of the luster away from the national championship?
You know, I was actually just looking today at the next quarterback. They have this guy, Julian Sayin, who's supposed to be really good. And then also, I think they have a really top recruit from Ohio. So, you know, with the portal now, I don't even know. I'm just enjoying this, Doug. Devin Brown, I don't even know if he played this year.
Yeah.
But I wish him the best at Cal.
Charlie, does this make up for the loss to Mizzou in the Cotton Bowl by winning the title?
I personally think so. Now, Tim, Doug, Jackson, maybe they don't. I think this game was a little bigger, but I get it. That was pretty big last year.
Man, Doug, a Cotton Bowl win. That was the one.
And you apologized to Ryan Day on Twitter, I see.
Yeah, I've apologized to Ryan Day. I still think Ohio State fans questioning him was 100% justified. I kind of took the whole lunatic fringe thing bothered me a bit because if you followed Ohio State media, and not crazy people, and I follow a lot of Ohio State media, the obvious question was, when you have top 5 rosters, $20 million rosters, how many years can you go and not beat Michigan and not win a national championship? But he did it, so it's all good, and I'm happy for him. It wasn't personal. You have to earn your keep, and now he's a legend.
You still mad at Kirk Herbstreit?
That's all in fun. I'm not really mad. The thing that kind of ticked me off was where I was defending Indiana. I thought he was being an SEC honk 3-4 weeks ago, going after Indiana. Look at Indiana. How many teams got blown out in that playoff? So to go after Indiana and act like Alabama and Ole Miss and South Carolina would have done so much better. And I think, look, I'm not this person that looks at these bowl games anymore and cares that much if they're not in the college football playoff. But after all those comments, the SEC, besides Mizzou, by the way, give Mizzou credit, they did their job. But the SEC didn't have a good bowl season.
Sounds like you're really mad about a lot of things.
What about Herbstreit's dog?
Yeah, I have to take credit. I was the first one in on that. I went on a rant last year. You may remember the show Hot Take Central. It was very popular for a couple of years. I was on this early, and then of course the dog passes away, which I'm very sad about. But my thing was, why does the color analyst bring the dog? He's not on the team. He's not a coach. Like, why is it? And the thing, again, this is all in fun. I'm always half kidding. But I would watch a game, and I would see more of the dog. I would watch the pregame, and it was like the dog was the star of the show.
Yeah, I didn't understand the origin. Like, if Kirk was having some anxiety issues and needed the dog. I was being serious. I had no idea, and I know the dog got sick and was very sad, but I never understood the whole thing at the origin. Like, what if Al Michaels, and I'm here tonight in the booth with my pet parakeet. If Joe Buck coming to you from Arrowhead, if you don't mind. We've got some hamsters over there that Troy and I brought along for the game this week. Like, you don't bring pets to work.
Didn't he say he just got lonely traveling by himself all the time, living out of hotel rooms much of his life?
No, I get that. But bringing it to the game, and by the way, I'll name drop my guy Cole Bartemus, who used to be our producer on Hot Take Central. He's from Columbus. He now works for a radio station there, and he was kind of in on the joke with me. And I also think, look, when you lose your dog, it's horrible. It's terrible. It really is. I'm not trying to make light of that. But then he replaced the dog with a new dog immediately. And my buddy Cole told me he has like 5 dogs that are, I think they're from the same breeder. So it's like, which one is the special dog? You can look this up, by the way. I think he has 3 or 4 of these dogs that look exactly like. Beautiful dogs, by the way. Nothing against the dog. So let's focus on football.
Here's a headline. Kirk Herbstreit's dog, Peter, helps ESPN interview Notre Dame quarterback Riley Leonard. There you go.
We can't get too detailed, but we can say he prefers to be treated like a dog. And also a toilet.
Oh,
think about that, John.
Yeah. Classic drop.
Oh, my gosh.
So, Charlie, when you're watching your favorite team win a national championship, are you just up and yelling and screaming, or what's the mood like in the Marlow?
And we asked that, Chuckles, because Jackson just acknowledged that he was screaming by himself last night as he watched Missouri lose to Texas.
So if we go through the playoffs, the first 2 games, I hate to say it, were boring. They weren't even fun games. Those are easy watches. The Texas game, my wife Jess was saying, I'm all fidgety. When I watch Ohio State, I do like to kind of move things around the house, and I'll kind of clean, right? I'll put things away. I do kind of like to move around. That was a tense game. And then I know at the end, the game got kind of close, but wasn't it 28-7? For a while there, Ohio State looked like it was going to be easy, but give Notre Dame credit for coming back and making it a game. I never really thought – so Notre Dame's first drive was incredible, obviously. But after that, as we got into the game, I never really thought Ohio State was going to lose. And I do remember thinking Ohio State was going to lose versus Texas for a while there.
Yeah, they were up 31-7, I believe, in Notre Dame.
Okay.
Notre Dame was just like one more big play away from really making it interesting there at the end.
Yeah, and that's kind of – look, I'm wrong all the time, but I did a little video before that, and I kind of figured it reminded me of the Ravens game the other day. I feel like Notre Dame, they needed a play like that scoop fumble that set them up for a touchdown. I feel like Notre Dame wasn't built to score with Ohio State. If that game got into the 30s, I didn't think Notre Dame could win it. But I thought, hell, if they got an interesting special teams play, something like that, maybe they could beat Ohio State 24-21, something like that. But once Ohio State started scoring, you kind of knew it was going to be difficult for the old Irish.
You lived in Michigan and worked in Lansing, so you've got huge followings for Michigan State and Michigan. I'm guessing it's not a 50-50 split. Michigan's probably bigger. But in Ohio, does the whole state feel like you didn't go to Ohio State? Jimmy Powers didn't go there, but the whole state feels this unbelievable allegiance, right? And I'm being serious. Like in Missouri, I think most people are happy if Mizzou's got a good team, but I just sense in the state of Ohio it's something different in terms of, is there a percentage of the population I think that is passionate about Buckeye football?
Yeah, and I've always said I think Ohio is like the SEC in that sense, where I think it's fair to say in Missouri, the number one teams you're rooting for across the state, Cardinals, Chiefs, Blues, whatever it is, and Mizzou, whatever ranking you want to put them, 4th, 5th, Ohio State football is number 1 in the state over all the pro teams in Cleveland and Cincinnati, and I guess Columbus has a couple teams. Now, I will say, where I live, so my house growing up is literally about 500 yards from the Michigan line. So if you ever watched the great documentary on Ohio State, Michigan, it was, I think, 25 years ago on HBO. They did a segment on Toledo because Toledo is 50-50. So growing up, we would have Ohio State, Michigan weeks where half the kids would wear Michigan, half the kids would wear Ohio State. You see half Michigan flags, half Ohio State flags if you're driving through Toledo. So, I mean, Toledo, Columbus is 2.5 hours away, but Ann Arbor's like 45 minutes. So Toledo is really split. There's a lot of people that would live in Toledo, but they would work in the greater Detroit area. So it's really 50-50 where I'm from.
It's kind of cool that most of, or not most, but much, maybe the majority of the Ohio State roster is made up of kids from Ohio. If there's ever a team that really has sealed the border and get the players that they want from their home state, it's probably Ohio State.
Yeah, no, Ohio's a pretty dang good football state. It's not obviously Florida or California and probably Georgia and I think Louisiana are up there, but I feel like it's always around maybe 5th, 6th for Division I recruits. I don't know that exactly, but you can get a lot of good players from Ohio. And then traditionally, well, now with the portal, it's totally different. But Ohio for years, ever since I've been watching, I feel like they always got a lot of good Florida kids also, and that's kind of how they bolstered the roster. A bunch of guys from Ohio and then a bunch of guys from the South Florida area.
Charlie, I know you're a busy guy with the YouTube channel. You got your NASCAR Nuggets, which comes out at the top of every hour, I believe. But you occasionally hear this show. Are there any drops that you're embarrassed by that, like when you hear yourself from TMA Pass, that just sort of, oh, I wish they wouldn't play that? Because we'll play it more.
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Oh. No, a couple more, Jackson, so he can have options.
Yeah.
Guy being aroused. You're getting owned right now.
I don't mind that one.
You got to gamble and booze.
The delivery, that one I said like a lot, so I feel like that wasn't good broadcaster voice. What about the Brewers series? I like that one because it's so random, and I clearly probably had no idea what's going on.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
This also shows you, as I was listening to you guys for about 2 minutes, I mean, I knew Mizzou played last night, but I didn't know who they played, and I didn't even know if they won or not. Honestly, that's how little I pay attention now, besides Ohio State. And it's crazy. You can ask me anything about NASCAR, but ever since I left TV and now radio full-time, I really have
you were kind of that way when you worked in TV, too. No, I'm kidding. Is Chuck still, are you still a St. Louis 9? Is that your thing?
Solid St. Louis 9. I mean, that was probably when I first got there as like 25-year-old single guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe 8.5 now.
You're trending down, you think? What if you got a dog?
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
Yeah. What's that? I missed
Do you
that
take pot?
You know what, though? Every once in a while, somebody will send me, what's the soundboard thing?
Martin, it's clipthatoff.com.
Yeah. There was the call, was it Little Bobby in the dungeon with the landline? That one really made me laugh. Doug won't like this. Somebody said, maybe it was Pondoff. He's always sending me stuff. Or somebody sent me the Dougie tuna emails where Doug had the tuna sandwich back-to-back trips to Subway, which was just so dumb that became a thing for years. But I remember reading one of the emails and not being able to get through it. And it was just, I don't know, I enjoyed it.
I didn't eat that much tuna fish, really. Just every now and then.
But it was twice in a row, and a listener, I think, took a picture of you.
Mm-hmm.
The listener had a picture of you eating the tuna?
We talked about it the day before. I don't know why. I said I had a tuna fish sandwich. And then the next day, I went to the Subway shop or somewhere near downtown, and the listener was right behind me when I ordered another tuna fish sandwich. So then it became a big deal after that.
Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something?
I just did.
I don't know if we have this. Tim, do you remember this? You weren't there, and maybe we lost the sponsor. Do you remember when I tried to get through the read where you had like a personal stylist?
Oh, what a strange ad buy. Yes, there was and Martin, for a month or two, this person wanted to be advertised as a personal stylist on TMA, because I think if you listen to this show, there's a good chance, no, this was a lady, there's a good chance that you recognize that both the hosts and the listeners are dressed, very fashionably.
Poorly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well.
And so Charlie has to do the live read for me because I'm out that day, and it's a live read for the personal stylist. And in Charlie's mind, I come in every day in sweatpants and a hoodie and a ball cap. And he's like, what the hell is this? And I believe you couldn't get through the live endorsement if memory serves.
Here, I gotta. Sorry, somebody's calling me. I had to end it there. Yeah.
Oh no!
It's like
Was it Elliot Sadler?
No, I was trying to send it to voicemail. No, I have not. Yeah, and that's what it was. I was reading. I'm reading for the first time. Like, Tim's got great style. That's why he matches his jeans. And I'm thinking Tim wears shorts or sweatpants every day. And I felt bad. We probably lost the sponsor, but I could not. I kept reading it. I think maybe Plowsy had to finish it. I could not get through it. Anybody could find that one.
It's always nice to have the Plowhawk as the net. Yeah, Doug.
Those were the days.
Salad days. Halcyon days. All right, Chuckles, it's always good talking it over with you. I'm not happy that Notre Dame lost, but I'm happy for you that the Buckeyes won and enjoyed the Twitter tweets during the game on Monday night, especially when I realized you were 8 beers deep and were about to go live on Twitter.
Were those 12 ounces, or are you drinking tall boys? 8 tall boys.
No, I didn't finish the last one, so about 7.5. By the way, real quick, Notre Dame, though, let's give them credit. Notre Dame's been embarrassed in all these games over the years. They weren't embarrassed. I think Marcus Freeman is the guy. So Notre Dame, they showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't believe it. I was resigned to it. I think it was, 31-7, I think is what it was, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm going, oh, my God, I'm going to go home. I was sitting there watching it with my family. What a debacle. And to their credit, and I never would have seen that coming, considering what they did after that first drive offensively, to their credit. Were you, by the way, as an Ohio State, because I was all over this yesterday on the show and while I was watching the game with my family, when Marcus Freeman kicked the field goal down 16 with 9 minutes left? As an Ohio State fan, what were you thinking?
Oh, I thought that was a terrible move.
Okay, God bless.
Terrible move.
I still
if you just do the math,
right?
If you just do the math of what you had to do. There was no chance, I think. So you would have had to. Ohio State was going to get the ball, then Notre Dame gets the ball, then Ohio State gets the ball, then Notre Dame gets the ball in like 9 minutes to score 2 more touchdowns.
Yeah, it's still a 2-touchdown game, and you've got to keep Ohio State off the board. It's just like, what are you doing there? But anyway, overall, yes, Marcus Freeman did a hell of a job, and he certainly has a great deal of equity with Notre Dame fans and college football fans, for that matter, as your boy does now. Ryan Day, what a heel to face turn for Ryan Day.
I've always loved him. Great guy.
Never in doubt.
Delete your account.
And also, hey, the 12-team playoff, they benefit more than any team. It sounds crazy to say that, but Ohio State missed the 4-team. Like, they were about the 5th team every single year they missed out. So that gave them another life.
Yeah, and hey, when it's all said and done, I enjoyed the hell out of it. Have we seen television numbers? Martin, did you see ratings numbers for that yet? I haven't seen ratings numbers for it. Because we were making the observation, well, Martin, you were making, I guess, and I saw some people tweeting about it, that the game didn't feel like it had as much buzz through our lens with my hope for Notre Dame, and you're being a longtime Ohio State fan. We might have been too in it to see it that way. But I'm curious. I would think the television numbers would be good, but I don't know. I don't know. The game last year for Michigan and Washington didn't do that well.
I don't see numbers.
I don't like the Monday night, to be honest with you.
I don't either, man. I agree with you.
For Thursday and Friday either.
What was that part? I'm sorry, I stepped on you.
Well, I didn't like that the semifinals were Thursday and Friday night either, but that's just kind of the way the calendar fell this year.
Yeah, they did the Friday night with Notre Dame and then the Saturday. And then you had the weird Thursday night, Notre Dame, Penn State, and then Friday night, Ohio State, Texas. I agree with you on that. I think ideally they'd be on the weekend or weekend night, and they just don't want to go up against the NFL. So hence the continual Monday night game. Chuckles, always good talking it over with you. Congratulations to your Buckeyes, and we'll look forward to talking again soon, man.
Thanks, guys. And somebody, Buckso, please try to find that personal stylist read. I would really like to do it.
He'll have it. Yeah.
Thanks, Charlie. There's Charlie.
All right,
Marlow
Charlie.
on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. I might not have a personal stylist anymore, Doug, even though I'm dressed in
You don't need one,
these
Tim.
fashionable. I don't think I can lift my legs up because the lifts are so heavy. These lifts in these shoes.
They're lead.
Oh, they're lead lifts. Can you see my pant? Martin, can you see my pant? I can't get the lift.
3-stripe.
I mean, yeah, the three-stripe Adidas. Yeah. Basketball pants and then the hoodie, TMA hoodie. Doug, this is the famous "some people like some things" hoodie.
Does it say some people don't like other things on the back? Some people like things.
Does it?
I think so, yeah.
Does it sound?
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Is that Joe P's name
usually
anywhere
just
on
has
there?
a breast drawn on my back, so I can't tell.
And that would happen in prison?
That's correct.
That thing.
Reminds me, I got to finish that Blagojevich.
Did that happen to him?
No, a lot of prison talk, though.
Is that right?
He said
prison talk.
No, he said that he was respected in there because he was doing 14 years, so they knew he didn't turn. And he said if you go in with a short
you're right.
sentence, they know that you cut a deal. And he said, I had a 14-year sentence, and he said they all knew that meant I didn't squeal on
He
no
stood
one,
up.
yo.
I might have to listen to this
It's
podcast.
actually pretty interesting.
Is that right?
But it may take you a while.
And he went to jail for selling Obama's Senate seat?
That's what they were tapping the phone lines. What I haven't heard yet is what he admits to doing wrong. He said they set him up and that he really didn't do anything wrong, but I don't know if there's a smoking gun where he says, all right, send over $1 million and you can be my senator. He said it was a crazy time that everyone was calling. They said, what about Oprah? He said everything was on the table to be the next U.S. senator or from the state of Illinois. And that's the whole thing. They were out to get him, which I don't disagree with, but he doesn't really explain that he ended up in jail. But he said Trump was the first guy, celebrity-wise, to defend him and said, we've got murderers doing 8 and 10 years, and this guy's in jail for 14. He said that's when he became sort of a allegiant to Trump. But it is really interesting. Prison
Might
talk.
have to listen to it. Might have to listen to it, Doug. I don't know. Hell. Ladies and gentlemen, dentist, 100 West Dental. Dr. Brandon Pryor online at 100westdental.com. You can just go online at 100westdental.com and get scheduled. That's as simple as that. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, not a problem. The membership plan that they have at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner. It can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. Incredible facility. I've been out there. Does not feel like a dentist's office at all. Does not look like a dentist's office. Check it out, 100westdental.com. Dental health ties into the rest of your physical health. Don't think that they're separated just because your insurance is separated. It's 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA, and it's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. In 2025, let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft-free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. That's 3 years to pay for your windows without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and then they're going to beat it. How about that deal? Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues are back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
It's TMA and it's 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on the morning after. Doug, I deep teased this.
What did you deep tease?
That there are reports that all hell was breaking loose in the Notre Dame locker room following the game. Dan Wolken? Martin, are you familiar with Dan Wolken?
I know that name.
Anybody on the dais?
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken, and he's known for Wedding Crashers.
I'm not sure what he's known for, Tim. I just know the name. That's all.
Jackson, I mean, you're our film aficionado.
What's his most famous?
Goodorbad.com.
How about the one where he shoots Sean Penn and he's his dad?
He's only in it.
Spoiler alert!
He's only in it for like 5 minutes, but Pulp Fiction, he has just a massive scene. Talks about the watch and where he hid it.
And that was the Gimp?
He didn't play the Gimp unless he was uncredited. Maybe the Deer Hunter. I think the Deer Hunter.
I was going to go Deer Hunter.
One.
Deer Hunter.
And Fredo was in that.
He was. That was the most legendary run in movie history.
What's the Sean Penn movie at close range?
I don't
And
know
he
if I ever saw
shoots
that.
him, and he's the dad.
And that was Madonna's song Live to Tell from 1980s.
And wasn't Sean Penn married to Madonna at
He
some
was,
point?
and I wonder if they met on the set and had a hot affair.
I don't know.
He seems like an intense human.
God, does he ever?
He's great on Between Two Ferns with
Yeah.
Zach Galifianakis.
He is. Good call.
Doug, you wouldn't describe him as a delight. He'd come in here and chop it up with us and talk about the Cardinal offseason. Oh, these Redbirds.
He does seem mad all the time.
The best walking impression is it Kevin from A Few Good Men, Kevin
Pollak.
Kevin Pollak.
Friend of the show.
Yes. Very awkward. Very awkward. Comes on the show. Doug, and apparently the panel knew he didn't want to talk about the movie, which I think was turning LaRusso's book into a movie.
3 Nights in August, a tribute to J.D. Drew and Kerry Roberts.
They're going to make that into a movie?
And there was a chance they were going to make it into a movie, but he said specifically, don't ask anything about it. But I didn't get word, and I believe I brought it up. He's like really quiet, like, well, we said we weren't going to talk about that one. Oh, can you do some walking for us?
Yeah, unfortunately, that knocked the interview off. Kind of like when we
Didn't
had
go
Elizabeth
real long.
Berkley on and we were told not to ask about showgirls, and somehow it came up.
Immediately.
Let's talk about Saved by the
First
Bell the whole
question.
time.
Yeah, and the unfortunate caffeine scene. But this is Dan Walken, not Christopher. Look at how I got us back
Yes.
on track. I
Okay,
can't
good,
believe I don't
good.
think I've done that. 21 years.
Impressive.
I remembered the point of entry. Dan Walken, USA Today. Now, I think also there is a tie into this program, if I'm not mistaken. If producer Joe's listening, he'll text me. We had a gentleman on, and I didn't know he was on hold, and I went into a live read, and he complained about the live read when we brought him on.
See if I
Do you
can
know the
find
guy
that.
that's Chairman Kurt?
I found it. It looks like back in 2022, we might have brought Dan Wolken
No,
up.
this was when we were at 9:20.
Well,
so
you
that would've been-
replayed the
Oh, we
audio.
replayed it. We
So
relived.
I might step out and go see if I can find that audio.
Oh, great.
I got
You had a
it. I
slow
got it.
day.
Was it Dan Walken?
Yeah.
It was.
In the description, it says it is.
Okay. Got
So you had a
it. We got it?
slow day, Tim, in 2022, and you revisited.
What a dumbass show.
Nice listening to all those commercials you guys were rolling out there before you had me on.
Oh, come on.
Wow. Sort of a big deal.
Well, that's the thing. You can understand with Kevin Pollak, even though he wasn't complaining about commercials, there just was an agreement. And Elizabeth Berkley, Doug, you know her as Jessie Spanish.
Sure.
From Saved by the Bell, and also Gina Gershon's love interest in Showgirls.
Never saw Showgirls. Am I missing one there?
Well, I mean, goodorbad.com just has an obligation to its investors. That's all I'm saying. But either way, it was surprising that Dan Walken wasn't happy that I had done a commercial. And either way, I believe he's now peddling footballs for Ohio State now that they've won the championship. But either way, he tweeted out following the game, bizarre scenes from the Notre Dame locker room, players yelling at reporters, coaches warning people not to ask certain questions, amateur hour. That's what was going on in the Notre Dame locker room, per Dan Walken, friend of the show.
Okay.
Now, Molly McGrath, sideline reporter for ESPN, said she had a positive experience with covering Notre Dame. McGrath explained that she was treated, quote, with kindness and grace by Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman and his players, even after Notre Dame was defeated on Monday night. That is not, of course, what Dan Wolken said. And then there was a separate report by On3 entitled Inside the Devastated Notre Dame Locker Room After National Championship Loss, detailed a specific incident with senior Notre Dame wideout Jaden Thomas. Thomas reportedly shouted expletives at a group of reporters over a question asked to his teammate, sophomore cornerback Christian Gray, D. Smet, about Buckeyes freshman wide receiver Jeremiah Smith. Gray was on the coverage of Smith on the 3rd and 11 that pretty much wrapped up the game. Smith beat Gray for the 56-yarder. Have a heart, Thomas said, while Gray covered his head with a towel and walked to the players' food station. CBS reported that a few Notre Dame players grew frustrated with reporters and yelled expletives at them in the locker room after the game. McGrath did not have that experience. Quote, it was an honor covering Notre Dame football during this run. Their player, staff, and Coach Freeman handled every media request and every interview with kindness and grace. So that is what Molly McGrath said to counter these reports from. Now, she was also, to be clear, she posted this before I ever saw Dan Wolken's tweet. I don't know his experience last night, but he reported what he saw and I reported what I saw. I was never in the locker room, but my experience covering this team has been incredibly positive. So there you go.
I've heard players yell before, like, leave him alone. Like, what do you want him to say? That sort of vibe. I mean, Christian Gray is probably 19. It's big-time athletics, college sports. You could probably handle it better than berating the media. I don't encourage that, but they might have just been in the moment. I've seen guys yelling, swearing. It doesn't particularly offend me unless they were threatening you and you couldn't do your job.
It could be that the media asked the same kind of question 2 or 3 times, and he got kind of upset and put his head down, and his teammate trying to stick up for him, and it was all over in 3 or 4 seconds, and now it's blown into something bigger than it is.
Poor Hector Luna was just getting peppered after making an error in Houston, and Albert finally came over to, that's enough. Done.
Yeah.
And that was the end of the scrum. Alberto came over and snuffed it out.
Well, if somebody makes a play, a bad play that costs his team a game, in this case a very big game, not that it cost them the game, they're probably going to lose anyway, but if someone makes a really bad play and the media goes to him and wants some sort of explanation and they only get a one-word answer or two, they're going to keep asking until they get something they can use.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Yeah.
Is that Izzy?
That's it. No.
Lance Lynn.
Okay. It sounded a little bit like Izzy. I'm kind of surprised Mark Andrews didn't talk. The Ravens tight end, after that horrible moment, just because he's a pretty established star, true professional by all accounts. I remember Oz Hakeem in 2000, wildcard game.
I was at that. Were you at that one?
Yeah, the fumble that ended the comeback by the Rams, ended their season, fumbled a punt, terrible moment, younger guy and kind of a soft-spoken guy. But he talked over in the corner. And I remember Dwayne Lewis, who was the PR guy at the time, or the assistant PR guy, said, I told him, you just got to do it, get it over with. You'll be glad you got it over with. And he did. He handled it just fine. And I don't want to say it went away, but I think as much as it sucked for him to sit there and talk about what happened, it was a big part of the game, big part of the story, just like Mark Andrews. I'm surprised he wouldn't just – and then the next day they said the Ravens cleaned out their locker room, and he didn't talk that day either. It doesn't change the outcome, but I'm a little surprised a guy like that wouldn't just get it over with.
Meanwhile, Bills fans have been raising money for his charity.
Saw that.
Bills Mafia, raising money for his charity. Yeah, on the Oz Hakeem thing, Martin, for those who can remember specifically the 2000 team, which we cited last week when we were talking about it, actually outscored the 99 and the 2001 team. I am of the opinion that had he not fumbled that, I know this sounds, because the thing you do, like what Lamar Jackson did, we all could have done different things. I fumbled the ball and I threw an interception. But had Oz Hakeem not fumbled that ball, I believe the Rams score, they win that game, and I believe they go to the Super Bowl and play the Ravens. And I know it sounds like so dramatic, it's 25 years ago, but the NFC was garbage. The Giants, who the Rams beat with Trent Green and Justin Watson, not Kurt Warner and Marshall Faulk, at New York, wound up representing the NFC, and the Rams were just scoring at will on the Saints in a comeback in that game. And so the Oz Hakeem thing was pretty dramatic. And the Mark Andrews thing, Doesn't take away from him and his character, but, that did happen at a critical moment. It's a play that he makes 99 out of 100 times, just like Oz Hakeem catches that punt 99 out of 100 times. So, unfortunately, those are the kinds of moments that people, I think, justifiably focus on. And teammates, I get it, want to say, we could have made this play earlier in the game, but that's the reality of it. Jeremiah Smith on 3rd and 11, I don't put that on Christian Gray. Jeremiah Smith might wind up in Canton, Ohio, when it's all said and done, much less Columbus, Ohio, considering he's a true freshman and can do what he does. But as far as a guy dropping a ball in a key moment, that's the deal. That comes with the territory. That's what the money's for.
Oh, yeah, right.
I want to say Kerry Collins was the quarterback for the Giants at that time.
Was that a Kerry Collins, Trent Dilfer Super Bowl?
That's correct.
Is that the
Tony
worst?
Bank was also involved.
Worst Super Bowl matchup quarterback-wise ever?
But Ray Lewis came out dancing before the game. Remember that when he was announced?
He felt pretty good about the situation.
He did.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen that Rams offense with the Rams defense against that Ravens defense with that Ravens offense. Trent Dilfer against the Bud Carson-led Rams defense. Doug, you remember Bud Carson?
I do, yeah. He's one of the Sunshine Boys.
Yeah, and he was brought in because the Rams were just having defensive issues left and right.
He was a fiery guy, too. Mm-hmm. The team that outscored the 99 Rams the next year, the 2000 Rams, did have more points, but they also gave up about 200 more.
That's right.
Gave up about 200 more.
So they had to keep scoring to win those games.
Correct.
Whereas the 99 Rams got so far ahead, they stopped playing.
I think it was easy for the defense because they were always up so big. Mm-hmm. As I recall.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jackson. The board was down, and I
got weak markers too.
You got weak markers?
Yeah, they're weak. I need new markers.
Was it squeaking earlier? People said they were hearing gerbil noises on the show.
The green sport squeaks. There's no doubt about it.
Do you bring a gerbil in?
That's between me and the gerbil.
Oh no!
So Herbstreet's got the dog.
You've got the gerbil.
But people were texting earlier saying, "What's the squeaking noise? Is it a gerbil?"
Where do you keep the gerbil? Where do you keep the gerbil?
Oh boy!
Same place Walking kept the watch.
Which is where?
Well, you only get it if you've done the work. You
haven't done the work.
If you've seen Pulp Fiction, you would have got that joke. You're probably laughing uproariously.
1994.
I don't know the years.
Got beat out by Forrest Gump.
By the way, Tim, you were kidding about Mark Teixeira playing for the Cardinals, I believe.
Yeah.
But a lot of people were texting, Teixeira never played for the Cardinals. Just to clarify for the texters who were confused.
That's correct.
I just wanted to clarify.
I'm glad that you tended to that because that's something that I was joking about.
It was good. I didn't want it to linger.
All right.
Kind of like Alden Gonzalez. He was joking. He said that he was the guy that didn't vote for Ichiro, and people were texting saying Alden Gonzalez, L.A. reporter, who I think does some ESPN TV as well. People texted that he admitted he was the one who didn't vote for Ichiro, but if you go to his Twitter account now, he says, I was joking.
Oh, that's sick.
Gotcha.
Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Martin, you leaving for onboarding, I guess?
Yeah, I got to go on board, although Josh Schertz called me out for it yesterday.
Yeah, he's hip to this scam as well.
Not happy about it.
Sent me a sarcastic text when I said I didn't get a boat or a house or a check. You guys were being handed things, cars.
Yep.
And he said, well, you shouldn't have gone to onboarding.
Yep. Yep.
I'm going to go down to the Billikens to get a little pre-workout in with the team.
Against LaSalle.
Get loose, a little shoot-around maybe.
Coach Dunphy's in town, Doug.
Coach Dunphy.
Legend in the game.
Yeah.
I'm just stunned at my computer. You know, in the past, I've said my computer's listening to everything we say. Yeah. Once again, I went to Google. I typed the letter M and said, oh, you want Mark Teixeira. I said, what? How do you know? How do you know that?
Wow, this is kind of creepy.
It is. This is like the third time it's happened. This time I actually had to type in one letter.
YouTube listeners, watch this, Doug. Scary.
Oh,
see that? Are you looking at that, Doug?
That's very good. Especially good radio when you do hand gestures.
I like to play to the 300 people and you 250, whatever it is.
Some people replay it. Some people replay and watch it later.
Yeah, and they'll be rewarded.
Big time.
And Sherman Kurt will create a GIF of it, and it'll be delightful.
You okay over there, Chairman? You looked a little perturbed.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Oh, okay. He's fine.
I'm checking in on my boy. It's good to check in on your friends.
What was that all about?
Checking on your friends.
Okay.
Check in on during these winter temperatures, Doug.
Okay.
Check on the elderly, your friends, and bring your pets inside.
Okay, but
Yeah,
you're all in
all
elderly
chairman. Where's Fred Ridley?
Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Munganest. Email in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in about, Doug, I guess 38 minutes.
Okay.
And you got the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom tied up with Buck Swope. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
Good times.
Just like this Sunday at the Champ Bash at Hot Shots. The live pregame show with Anthony Stalter and Scott Rizzuto starts at 11 a.m. at the Fenton Hot Shots. Get there early to grab your seat and enjoy the Hot Shots pregame tailgate specials from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. before kickoff. There'll be plenty of screens to watch the AFC and NFC Championship games and a bunch of giveaways throughout the day, including Blues tickets, Point Fest tickets, and more. Plus, the Rizzuto Show will perform their choreographed dance pick'em punishment at halftime of Game 1. Don't miss this year's Champ Bash with the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton this Sunday. All the details can be found at 101ESPN.com. Doug, Mad Dog, is not happy with the Chiefs and Caitlin Clark for liking them. And Dan Patrick had to check in on him because he's upset about both things. Take a listen if you would.
Okay.
I'm chiefed out, Dan. I'm chiefed out. And now all of a sudden, Caitlin Clark is a Chief fan. Let me get this straight. We've watched Caitlin, a wonderful athlete, great. We all know how great she is, great for the sport. I never saw her once wear a Chief jersey, wear a Chief hat, have her father wear the Chiefs, and now all of a sudden she's a huge Chief fan? Oh, come on. I think of myself. I think America's had enough with Kansas City. Dan, I'm rooting so hard for Buffalo on Sunday afternoon.
Caitlin Clark has announced her fandom with the Chiefs years ago.
I never heard that.
Yeah.
Did she?
Yes.
She's a Chief fan. She knows about.
Yes, Mahomes. Yes, she's been to. Yes.
She knows about Super Bowl one.
She may know about Jamal Charles. I don't know, Chris, but
does she know about Miami, Kansas City double overtime, 27-24 on Christmas for one of the most famous games in the history of the National Football League?
Probably not. Probably not.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
I know.
What a horrible take. Absolutely horrible take.
That one went sideways.
She grew up in Iowa, right? She's from Des Moines.
Yeah, she was
Chiefs
on
would be
with
the closest
Jason
team.
and Travis Kelce and talked about how she was a lifetime fan.
Yeah, I could see that because the Chiefs are probably the closest team to them.
What's closer, do you think, Des Moines? Kansas City or Minnesota or Chicago? I wouldn't know.
Probably.
I feel like Chicago, maybe. That's my play.
Probably about in the middle of Chicago and Kansas City.
I'll find out.
When Starter Packs was on with me yesterday, he said a post that he put on Instagram that caught all kinds of hell. And he said in particular from ladies, as he said this argument that St. Louis is a Chiefs town because it's the closest NFL franchise. And it turns out Lucas Oil Stadium is 0.4 of a mile closer.
Oh, is that right? So, yeah, we got close. So, within walking distance.
And that sent some of these people.
Oh, wow. We have a similar situation.
What do we got? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett. He went to Ledoux.
I did. Oh, no. Okay, so you want to take a guess on Des Moines to Kansas City?
I'll say it's...
I was going to say 4 hours.
A 4-hour drive?
Yeah.
But you're going to need it in miles, though, right?
Let's go drive. That would be a decent...
But that could vary. That could vary on how far the highways, how good the highways are.
So frustrated.
How much traffic you're going to see.
Are you going to resign today?
No. You have to... Yeah, I can withstand.
It's maybe 250 miles.
It is 193 miles from Des Moines, Iowa to Kansas City, Missouri. It's 334 to Chicago.
Wow, how about that? So much closer. What about Minneapolis?
Minneapolis, St. Paul is the...
It's buying time now.
You're picking up the delay tactic. Now you're picking it up.
Split the difference, 244.
Okay, so Kansas City.
Probably more important maybe than the distance is what games get televised where you live.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if they got pumped Chiefs games in her whole life, I'm sure that's who she watched.
Back in the days, CBS would carry AFC and Fox would carry NFC. Now they kind of intermingle.
And the fact that she might not know who won the first Super Bowl, that means you can't be a fan. Probably half the people in the stadium probably don't remember that.
It's always Mad Dog things like they're like ranked top 5 tight ends, which is always a great segment on ESPN. And And he's like pulling out guys from like the late 60s. It's like, okay, we get that you're an NFL historian. None of those guys are better than Antonio Gates.
Well, it's great to be an historian, but it's probably not fair to say anyone who doesn't have my memory of long ago sports has no right to be a fan of a team.
Totally agree.
Doug, now his former co-host is Mike Francesa, and he was able to watch his take go sideways when it came to Ichiro and the Hall of Fame. You know, Ichiro goes in last night with Billy Wagner, in addition to, who am I forgetting from the class?
CC
Sabathia, that's correct. Billy Wagner, very emotional last night as he gets the phone call. And Ichiro knew it was coming. He was talking it over with Ken Griffey Jr. But Mike Francesa, not so sure when this is a classic Francesa.
This is probably right when Ichiro retired or right around it.
It's a take that changes mid-take. I don't know if Martin has a name for this, but let's take a listen.
Fred in East Brunswick. What's up, Fred?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? How are you today?
What's happening?
If I said Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport? In what league? For Major League Baseball?
Major League Baseball.
He does not. He has no. He does not belong in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame.
Really? Huh? That's interesting. Okay.
Well, what would he have done to get there? How many games has he played in American baseball? 2,500. What's his batting average in the major leagues for the American baseball?
313.
313.
3,000 hits.
3,000 hits. He's got 3,000 American hits. You know what? Maybe. If he's got 3,000 American hits now, he's going to get in. Obviously, he's a singles hitter. So 313 is okay. It's not unbelievable. You know, you want your singles hitters to have a better batting average than that, but. He plays good defense. If he has 3,000 hits, he's going to get in automatically. No one with 3,000 hits has ever been left out, so he will get in. I didn't realize he had 3,000 hits.
Well, okay.
I didn't think he had played 2,500 games either. I thought he had played closer to like 1,800 or 2,000. I didn't think he had played 2,500 games. Played more than I thought.
There it is.
Well, you know, he's supposed to know at least the superstars of the games. But it is easy if you live on the East Coast to not know what's going on West Coast baseball. He probably didn't see Ichiro play. We don't see a lot of what goes on the West Coast here because the games, they're being played at midnight here.
I appreciate that, Doug, but when the guy asked, should he go in the Hall of Fame, his response was, what sport?
Yeah, that's not a good question there.
Baseball.
In what league? For Major League Baseball?
American hits.
I'm sure he was thinking Japan or the U.S.
Well, yeah, he had a career, in Japan, but 3,000 American hits.
If Caitlin can't tell me about Hank Stram, then she's no fan of the Chiefs. Doug, that's from Stepdad Gary.
Yeah, that's Mad Dog's whole point. Unless you're exactly my age, then you're not allowed to be a fan of a sport.
I am chiefed out, much like Mad Dog, but I don't align with him on you have to know the entire team's history.
And if Taylor Swift invites you to go to that game, you're going to that game and sitting there.
Not in the Chiefs jersey.
I was slow to buy into the refs are on the Chiefs side. Until this last weekend, there was some really bad calls.
Yeah.
Texans were very vocal about it following the game.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans didn't hold back. Really.
I didn't really see it before this Sunday. It didn't seem that obvious to me. But even Troy Aikman was saying, "Now wait a minute. If Mahomes is going to run around and try to juke out defensive players and then slide at the very last moment, he's going to get hit sometimes."
Yeah, I think that's kind of an epidemic with all, because quarterbacks are becoming more and more mobile. Just kind of that's like what people want, and the fake slide thing. I think that is just like. The point of the rule is to protect the players, so like to find a loophole in that and try to capitalize on it seems kind of greasy.
And he clearly embellished the hit that was out of bounds.
Right.
Throwing up his arm and falling down.
Yeah, a little flop job.
Email and design air heating and cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Chairman Kurt here on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurtz slides in the 10 o'clock hour. Martin Kilcoyne completes this onboarding process.
Gosh, how long must this take?
Well, Josh Shirt sounds like he's launching an investigation into it, the Billikens head coach. So if you notice him tonight during a timeout, working on something, he could be working on a play. Could be working on the investigation into Martin's onboarding. So keep an eye on that tonight when the Billikens take on LaSalle. Email in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way at about 10:47. Compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. With the results, energy can come roaring back, belly fat can burn off, and muscle can strengthen. It's Mentality, where treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It can be fast, easy, and safe. Be the dad who can keep up with his kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you can be. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Jackson, you've prepared a smorgasbord of questions for us today. What would you like to pose? I like the one on the greed, apathy and greed.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Which one do I want to go with?
Doug, do you feel like this is another?
No, I actually have so many, a myriad to choose from.
I like myriad.
We didn't need that.
I like that a lot. That was good.
You could have said list. I have a lot to choose from. We got myriad. All right, go ahead, Felix.
Why do you think there is this infatuation with conferences in college football? Do people truly feel pride in their conference, or is it a culture thing? Why do we not have this in pro sports?
Wow. I got to tell you, I have noticed, what a delight Stephen A. Smith playing his character and Chris Russo playing his character on ESPN in the studio, and they're arguing over which conference is better, even though, it's been 2 days since the championship game and the college football season came to a conclusion. Paul Feinbaum, you have audio of that, right?
Yes.
Paul Feinbaum, who's usually Mr. SEC, says the Big Ten runs things now. Doug, take a listen.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
Paul Feinbaum, does the Big Ten own college football?
The answer, Greeny, is yes. The Big Ten at the moment owns college football, and there's no way you can say it doesn't. When you go back to back, that's generational. In Ohio State's case, they beat 2 SEC schools along the way. And there's an old saying that was emanated in 1828 when Andrew Jackson was elected president. A senator from New York said, "To the victor belongs the spoils," and that's exactly where the Big Ten is this morning. It's an uncomfortable feeling for the SEC, which has owned the sport, but it's a reality this morning.
I don't know. They had the best team. Does that mean they own college football? They had the best team.
It's like a TMZ poll.
But that's the thing. It's so asinine.
Yeah.
Which part?
Well, I mean, geez, how much time
owning college football because
the idea that like one conference, like why, like when it's not like the NL Central hashtag it means less. Like it's like it doesn't like matter. Like who cares about
like mean less though the NL
if
Central.
Notre Dame had won, who would have owned college football then?
Then we would have to come up with a new take.
The Independents own college football.
Is it fair for Notre Dame not to be in a conference? That would have been our take.
That's right. Yeah.
Josh Allen and the Bills lose on Sunday. I can already produce the show for you on Monday if you're interested. He's a choker in the postseason. The Chiefs lose. Is the dynasty over?
Yeah.
Okay. Jaden Daniels beats the Eagles. Is Jaden Daniels the new Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
The Eagles win. Is the country tired of another Eagles-Chiefs matchup? If you're interested, I can do the program for you.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. Okay. So the Big Ten now owns college football.
Right. And I just don't understand this infatuation in college specifically. Why conferences, especially with now how people are moving conferences left and right, why that's like
I think the SEC thing is a byproduct of what non-SEC schools and fans perceive to be arrogance, and how SEC schools that have no chance nor have never won a championship somehow glom on to Alabama and LSU and Georgia winning championships in the last decade and then claim them for themselves as really more part of the package deal, when in reality, you would understand, I think, if Alabama fans or Georgia fans or LSU fans were celebrating it. But when all of a sudden, like locally, a Missouri fan that had nothing to do with the conference 13 years ago, or a South Carolina fan or a Mississippi State fan starts waving it in the face of somebody who's an Ohio State or Michigan fan, and they're going, "You're Missouri, you're Mississippi State, you're South Carolina. What'd you do outside of getting the conference and be geographically somewhat tied to the region?" So I think the Big Ten SEC chance and then the ACC SEC chance, should they beat an SEC team, that is mocking the arrogance of the non-championship caliber teams in the SEC that wave it in the face of the other fan bases.
Ooh, now that gets into the question, what's worse, being at a SEC football game against a Big Ten opponent and the fans screaming SEC, or doing the wave at Busch Stadium?
Wow, I didn't see it going that direction.
Is always acceptable.
What about the power play dance?
When you get bored, you do the wave.
Do the wave, do the wave. Right. What about the power play dance?
I like that as well.
Jackson, and you are against both those?
Not against the power play dance. Like it.
Why would the wave upset you?
It's not the wave per se, that it's the person starting the wave.
The wave starter is demanding you participate in his big moment.
Yeah, it's
Has there ever been a female wave starter? Go.
Oh, never seen one.
I'm sure there have been.
Never seen one. When it's like a little kid, it's cute. You know, it's like, all right, yeah, I'll put my hands up. But when it's like mid-30s guy, 7-8 beers deep, who knows what else?
Now, what do you mean by that right there? What do you mean by that?
Performance enhancers? I don't know, though. I don't know. They sniff a lot. I don't get it, and I think it's a little much.
I saw a female wave starter, Doug, at the Denver Nuggets game.
Wow!
Had the entire stadium going. I was shocked.
Yeah.
And she started it. She was sitting right next to me.
It's kind of a fun thing, though, isn't it? You're sitting in the seventh inning of a boring game, and once every 60 seconds you go, whoa, with your hand. That's okay.
Jackson, enragement equals engagement. I'll hate Gabe Kai. I'm an old school Norris Division guy. No division was grittier.
Did I argue otherwise? But like,
well, you thought that the New Orleans hockey franchise was in the Norris Division,
and they still might be.
They're not. They don't have a deal.
The timeline is not complete, brother. But I just like Norris Division. Like, if you were a Maple Leafs fan, would you be like, oh, well, the Red Wings are in the Stanley Cup final? Like, you know, go, do they have like a nickname? Like, go Engines? What do they call, like, what
Wings?
Are they? Wings? Okay, go Wings.
Wingy.
Yeah, hockey want wingy.
Tommy want wingy.
Oh. Yeah. Are you screaming Tommy Boy lines at your home in Windsor?
Conference pride comes because you play the same teams every year, and when you beat them, you want your wins to seem important, so you prop up the other teams that you beat. You say, look at all these great wins we have in our fabulous conference.
That seems very participation trophy coded.
The Buckeyes,
oh my God!
The Buckeyes fans at that.
I don't know what to react to on that.
When they just railroaded Tennessee, the Buckeyes fans could not have been more happy about shoving the SEC thing in the Tennessee fans' face.
It's so odd to me, man. Like, there's no teams I dislike more than teams in the SEC. You know?
Who do you dislike?
Tennessee.
Yeah, you really don't like Tennessee.
Don't like Ole Miss.
Woo Pig Suey.
Really don't like Woo Pig Suey.
Texas.
Horns down, but I don't like hate them. It was actually kind of nice to see Missouri and Texas playing basketball again. Brought me back to my childhood.
KD.
Really?
They were like, KD's like sponsoring their uniforms now. Uniform thing was a whole problem last night. I think it might have caused the loss.
Yeah, I texted Jackson when I saw that last night. I said, have they gone non-Block M this year?
Yeah, and they did once against Long Island. It was nothing.
Doug, they went against the Block M, and I'm like, oh boy, I better live bet Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I saw that text from Tim, I was like, there it is. That planted the seed, and it was done. It was not Tim's fault, but I like those uniforms, but I just thought time and place. Like, do that after a loss.
He likes the power play dance? Get this mother effer off the air. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
In fairness, I have very little contact with the power play dance. I see it
because you don't go to the games.
I went 2 weeks ago.
Okay,
what do you mean? Probably more recently than you.
I don't know,
Mr. Puck.
He had a suite not long ago.
That's right. I had a suite last weekend.
Oh, did you really?
Mm-hmm.
Was it nice?
Yeah, very nice. Thank you.
Free snacks.
And I did the power play dance.
Sure.
Janet, who has not expounded on her observation on Ichiro and the heavy petting, has returned and says, hate the wave. Also the beach ball. I find both very distracting and wonder what the players think about it. Doug, that's from Janet, defender of St. Louis against Charlotte, North Carolina, an observer of Ichiro engaging in heavy petting.
I would have thought she would have been all over the wave.
I don't know what there is to hate about it. Other than the start, you don't like the guy standing up screaming you to stand up.
Yeah.
But once it starts, it's a little bit cool looking, isn't it?
Are you mad that he's wearing a tank top?
No, sun's out, guns out. If anyone can understand, tough tanning situations, it's me. The starter, I was kind of taught at a young age, like, wave is not for us. And that's fine, And
It's
there's
not
some
for
things.
Ladue people?
No, that wasn't the case. But not far off.
I remember it started like in the 80s, didn't it? Late 80s?
Asking me, born in 1998.
I think it did.
You just got age shamed.
I think it started in the late 80s.
What about a beer snake? You guys like a beer snake?
I don't mind it.
I kind of like that.
The cups stacked on top of each other.
Section 100ers hate nothing more than having a 300 sectioner sitting in the lower bowl. That's from the 636.
Sounds
Is
like
that what the issue?
Titanic.
Well, that's because they paid so much money for their ticket. They don't think someone who paid a fraction of that should be sitting in the same spot.
I think that's bad form on the person sitting in the 100. That's that seems selfish.
But if you coughed up $200 to have the best seat in the house, and then somebody sneaks down and sits right next to you who paid $40,
well, you got to snitch.
No, but you can understand why they might not.
If they're keeping quiet, like they're being respectful, then if they're making a scene and acting like a Section 300er, then yeah, I get it.
All the little people just got nicked.
I'm the one who was defending them.
South County just got nicked.
I didn't say South County. Those are your words. Don't put that on me. I've said a lot today, but I didn't say that.
My goodness. Alarming. Well, you can email in about it. That's the good news. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Sweet mother of mercy, these temperatures. Doug, in your life, can you recall because this basically goes back to the start of the year, and now it's January 22nd. That snowstorm came through more than 2 weeks ago. We still have the ice. The ice is slicker than the dickens out there.
I almost slid off this morning.
Careful.
I'm telling you, and it's freezing out there. Now, I suppose the good news is in the forecast, it's going to get up to 34 today.
That's a huge W.
That's not bad, yeah.
And then tomorrow, 27. And then Friday, 30. And then Saturday, sun's out, guns out, 44. Pony.
Sundress season?
Sundress season.
We'll get through all of it.
49 degrees next Wednesday. At that point, will the snow go away?
That's
will
balmy.
It melt?
Yeah, balmy 49.
Either way, if you're dealing with heating system problems, work with that Seth Goldcamp Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp, Design Air Heating and Cooling. You go to designairservice.com. Longtime TMA listener Cletus contacted me yesterday. He was having a heating issue at his office. I connected him with Seth Goldcamp right away, and Seth was on it like lickety-split.
That's how he works.
But it's not unbelievable because we've been doing it. You're a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sponsor the email today, which is coming your way next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. I know Michael, and I know he takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you will see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much. much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off on the families buying the product, as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but Carpet's awesome, and it's back. And they have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. And that was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA, Munganess, 10 o'clock hour. Munganess is online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. And they set up a number for our audience, 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. If you're in the market for a new car or a pre-owned car, or you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get it from Munganess, go to stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 314-252-0029. Call or text that number, and you're going to go straight to the people in charge at Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way here in a matter of moments. And, you know, it's kind of fun because we're heading down the stretch in the month. And, Doug, we are possibly going to witness history next Thursday, so we will be able to do a celebration show on Friday if it happens.
Okay.
We've never had a lady win the emailer of the month by winning the most Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day. And right now, I mean, what else could you ask for?
I couldn't ask for anything.
It's a little like, you were saying this off the air, it's a little like Tiger and Rocco Mediate in 2008, that Father's Day showdown in which the common man, kind of the me of the PGA Tour,
right,
Rocco Mediate, goes up against the elite like Jackson and Tiger Woods.
The parallels are eerie.
Thank you. And the country rallies around Rocco. And if not for a bunker shot dead into the gallery on the playoff hole, he wins.
But he didn't.
Was this an alternate history? That's how I remember it. If I get to be Tiger, it seems like a big W for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But I'm the meat and potatoes guy. Yeah. I'm the guy you want to have a beer with.
We can relate to you.
I make sure you went to a private school, and like, all due respect, the real one, not some of these MCC schools DBAing. So I want to make sure that I emphasize that I'm the Rocco Mediate and Jackson is the elite. Okay. And I'm the meat and potatoes guy.
I wouldn't have done that to the logo, the Tiger Woods logo. That's one of the biggest fumbles.
Are we talking about the Sunday Red?
Yeah.
Sunday Red just took a hit out of nowhere, and also some litigation.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the worst, like, what a huge fumble. Like,
Doug, you thought we were going to be talking about Sunday Red, Tiger's brand, but here we are.
Get to where we are. Where'd the silhouettes go? Why does everyone, all these sports, these athletes' logos are just their initials and their number? It's not.
Who was the first one to do that? I think it was Tiger with the T and the W.
Yeah, that's a classic, but Nike, I still think, owns that, so he can't have that. But like TB12, I mean, there's a CP3. There's millions of these examples. Like, it's not creative. The silhouette. You know, just because Jordan did doesn't mean you can't do it too.
What would you like them to do?
Tiger silhouette fist pumping? That's way cooler than that
Could
Tiger.
Calm down now.
How am I going to explain that to my kids?
How are you going to explain it to Skip Schumacher?
And Kyle Loesch.
Yeah.
Boy, we're covering a lot of ground with just a couple of sentences.
Do you like the Tiger logo?
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Oh, now don't dismiss me.
You just got dismissed.
I did.
That's why he's an elite. And that's why I'm a guy. Hey, let's have Tim over. We'll have some meat and potatoes.
Yeah, all logos welcome. You know.
That's right. I'm the Statue of Liberty of logos.
Okay. Would you have a meat and potatoes party? Like, you just come over and it's just like top sirloin and mounds,
mashed potatoes,
just mounds, no baked, just. No,
what was that? Was that like anti-Irish and making fun of the potato famine? Because that's what I took it as.
Is baked potatoes like an Irish?
Yeah,
like a famous.
What do you think? We could afford the mixer to mash them up in the 1800s? That's why we had to come over here.
I assumed you used the mitts. You know,
when we were in the buffet line in Jamaica, we saw that pan of food that was just called boiled food.
Yeah, we should have got that. I wish I tried it.
What is it?
It didn't look very good.
Boiled food.
It looked congealed.
The
honestly.
marketing department took the day off.
I guess we didn't know if it was meat or vegetables or anything. It was kind of a mosh of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
I
not
guess.
great for dietary restriction folks. It's like, well, if it's gluten-free, is this boiled food going to work?
Boiled food.
What's the best thing you had down there?
Food.
Jerk chicken, without a doubt.
Oh, the sushi. Me and the Plowhawk and our
Good
wives.
sushi at the...
Or Plowhawk's fiance, yes. Oh, it was legitimate. This pale virgin is really getting my blood boiling this morning. Do it away, you elitist! You're not better than me! That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson.
My distaste for the wave is not like I feel like I'm better than people, but it's not that. So chew on that. Who was that? Harry Henderson? John Lithgow's?
John Lithgow's Harry
Boy, he's an
Henderson. Was that
underrated
1980?
I don't know the years. I know you don't have to be an elitist to go to Collier and Thompson.
Nice.
There you go.
They're not going to be the most expensive in town, but they're not the cheapest either. They're right there in the sweet spot.
The
Collier and Thompson,
Rocco Media spot.
Yes. They're your go-to source for every design consideration. A lot of people are in this boat. They like the location of their house. They like the neighbors. The kids are good in school. They don't want to move, but their house is kind of tired and run down. Well, this is what you do. You go to Collier and Thompson, and they will turn your house into a showplace. They do kitchens and bathrooms, basements and wine rooms and man caves and bars and accent rooms and fireplace walls and offices. You name it, they can do it. Anything interior, they are there. They say that about 65% of their business is from referrals and repeat. That means they do such a great job that people are referring them to friends, or they want to do a second remodel in another area of the house. Says a lot about their business. They've been around since the 1950s, and their employees have more than 160 years of experience now. They will treat you right. You got to check out Matthew there. He is the customer service manager and appliance installers. They carry the best appliances out there. Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, you name it, they can take care of it for you in your home. They're just the best in town. So if your house needs a little facelift, Collier and Thompson is the place to go. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The question is it time for history? Because we've got an email of the day today, tomorrow, and Friday, 3. And then we've got 4 next week before the end of January. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's magic number is 4 for history.
Herstory.
I was literally about to say herstory.
Ooh, look at us.
Yeah.
But that means Buck Swope's magic number is also 4. And you're going, this is Tiger against Rocco. I don't know.
Who's Tiger?
Buck Swope.
Oh, yeah.
Hand in van. 2, 1. The best part about this program is that hours 1 and 2 of the podcast get uploaded almost immediately. And then you have to wait until 2 p.m. for hours 3 and 4.
Wrong.
That's not even close to being true.
Here we go.
Wrong.
Did Jackie get so loaded on dirty Shirley's in the Cream City? I don't even know what that means.
Like a Shirley Temple with vodka.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that what you drink?
No. Gin and tonic.
Did Jackie get so loaded on dirty Shirley's in the Cream City that he forgot how to do his job? And KG just comes in for free to stare at a phone bank for 4 hours.
That's wrong, too.
Yeah. Who's this guy?
Sorry, this is actually a lady.
Nice.
Sorry, I am venting. I think you are both a couple dishy blokes. Doug, you like that?
Dishy blokes.
I feel like
somebody from England or Australia? Or?
Va 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 voom. I am currently taking the jet back from Orlando for a charcuterie conference where Andy Elliott scolded me for not hitting my quota, not eating a protein-filled dog bowl for lunch, and not having a six-pack. So what if I have no real profit to show for my business? So what if this charcuterie and monogramming business is just a fun way for me to get out and bang grad students and MAC junior members?
Oh,
my fat button-weaned husband still gives me an allowance, and he pays for my monthly filler at Aurora Med Spa. So take that, Andy Elliott. That's from a rejuvenated MILF, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And Doug, she's added St. Louis Country Club's logo.
I saw that.
To her signature. She must be a new member.
Gotta love a dog bowl mention. Well
self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Welcome to the start of another year at Eastern Missouri Institute of Crappy Arguments. Today at EMICA, we'll go over one of the fundamentals of every crappy argument, unearned confidence. I have a feeling somebody's about to take some shrapnel.
Probably.
When having a discussion with someone and they bring up a counterpoint, simply dismiss it and assert your own point again in a louder, more forceful tone. They want to point out that there is more nuance to the issue than what you've oversimplified it to. Nonsense. That person is a cuck and should be made to feel shame. Simply repeat the following phrase with your chest out and fingers in your ears. No, it's not. You're wrong. This closes the door to you having to do any self-reflection or examination of your beliefs. This strategy is magnified when you get some DoorDash driver from New Eureka to call in and talk down to the beta lib you were having the discussion
Who's
with.
taking the shrapnel here? All
Where
of
is
us?
New Eureka?
Is that by Six Flags?
I would assume.
That's
Probably
what
west
St.
of
Louis
Eureka.
Starter Packs was saying is the most banty in his DMs, New Eureka.
Is it new? I thought it was old Eureka.
No,
Oh,
Old
okay.
Eureka's fine. He said, I think Cam,
is-
he goes,
that's
I think
right.
Cam Jansen's Old Eureka.
Right.
He goes, it's New Eureka that goes into my DMs. Doug, what is this New Eureka? Why is
Are
it
they just
chirping?
people that just moved out there, or is it a new region that we're defining?
Who knows?
I don't have any answers. All I do is read what's in the teleprompter. You get some DoorDash driver from New Eureka to call in and talk down to the beta lib you were having the discussion with. Absolutely no need to listen when you can tag team condescension and certainty instead. You'll know you've done it right when the warm feeling of smugness starts to bubble inside you and the opposition slinks off saying, I don't really want to get into it. ... with you. Remember, we are still taking enrollment applications for the spring semester. As always, khaki smoke shows half the price. Do good, avoid evil. That's from the Barnhart Brawler. You remember the Barnhart Brawler? He's making a-
Barnhart Brawler.
Well, why do I feel like I got hit hard there, too?
And he was a major lib. I would have thought he would have sided with you.
I thought he was, and then he clearly did. I got hit still.
3 minutes in January. Dan Walken,
That's a funny thing.
Christopher Walken, Kevin Pollak, Tony La Russa. 3 nights in August. Elizabeth Berkley. Back to a tweet written by Dan Walken. Jeremiah Smith, Christian Gray, Oz Hakeem, Kurt Warner, Kerry Collins, Trent Dilfer, Pulp Fiction, Mark Teixeira, Ichiro Suzuki. Good grief, make it stop! TMA isn't just ADHD theater. It's like your attention deficit disorder has been taking steroids and slamming Code Red Mountain Dew all morning. Focus, gentlemen. Pick a topic and stick with it for more than 2 seconds. I'm tired of it. It's from the JV golf coach.
Wow. JV golf coach.
And finally, so the guy used to call in is the gay party planner from Manhattan and also is the dental equipment salesman who had been up all night and was snorting rails on the air, and also the Ted Cruz supporter who Tim thought was the original fan page moderator, Bobby Bestel, and also is the guy who wrote a master's thesis on sitcoms in the United States of America. Hold on a second, Doug. The email just went down.
Okay.
Wrote a master's thesis on sitcoms in America, who got into a heated argument with your stoner former board op about whether Tim Allen's family from Home Improvement could afford to live in their house, and also as the fake lawyer who just last June won Listener of the Month for telling us about a jorts-wearing Andre Dawson fan sexting his girlfriend from Wrigley Field that he was going to hook up with her wild style. And once I rambled on about air for 45 minutes straight, having been fed some bad information by a fan page member, culminating with my asking if this fake lawyer ever worked with someone named Shveta Arokas, and I was a horse's ass for doing that. This same guy is the guy behind the St. Louis Starter Packs Instagram account who is partnered with TMA on some new drip designed to troll bandwagon fans of the Missouri Chiefs. Is that a new report? In all seriousness, Brett Knowles, a.k.a. Tucker, Bruce, JR, RJ Richards, St. Louis Starter Packs guy, is the most talented degenerate ever to participate in this dumb show. I think I agree with that take. If you want to relive his calls, you can find them on swopespicks.com in episodes 30, 31, and 32.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Retrospective.
For my money, there's nothing funnier than a guy pretending to be an academic arguing with a stoner about the sponsorship revenue generated by the cable access home improvement show and a fictional sitcom from 25 years earlier. Doug, that's Buck Swope,
Sure
and that's
is.
what we have for the
Buck
Design, Air,
Swope.
Heating, and Cooling email today. What you got?
I'm going to go with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. for the use of the term new eureka.
I agree, Doug.
100%.
Oh, there it is. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is 3 wins away from history.
Or is it herstory?
Oh,
Might end up being herstory.
Don't have to be that.
1 goal lead.
Leading Buck Swope 4-3. Ladies and gentlemen, BK and Ferrario are up next. Congratulations to the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom for her win in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. For Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.